Hello, hello, chat. All right, let me get things opened up. Um, all right. All right, let me see. Gonna switch over in just a sec. But yeah, it's a snowy evening here in the Northeast. So I thought this video for the holidays and for the evening is quite appropriate. But yeah, it is. Whoop, not that. We need this. Hello. Let me see. Is that's in focus, right? Yes. Okay. Yeah. So nothing really planned too much tonight. I guess let me minimize. Remove that, and then we'll move over here. Oh wait, there's still a slight delay on my, is there a delay on my audio on my talking? Maybe a little bit. I think is there a slight delay between the audio and me talk? No, okay, good. I edited, I think that's just my preview because I had to, this is my nice camera. Obviously you can tell, a little bit different than the webcam. But I had to edit the, whatchamacallit, had to edit the timing because since it's running through a whole USB interface, it takes, I think, like 200 milliseconds to actually like come in. So when I actually record videos with this, it is a little delayed. So, not quite as, not as good when I'm actually recording things. But for the stream, it's fine too. I think it does fix itself. But yeah. Let's see, which one is this one? Northeast Regional Newport News. Oh, what happened to you? Oh, what happened? On time until New Haven, and then something happened. Something exploded in New Haven. That's annoying, whoever is on that train. Because that's a regional, that shouldn't be delayed. And this one's also delayed. What happened in New Haven? Or no, this one was late. This one's late since Boston, so it must have been equipment. Then there's an Acela. Acela, it's 1 hour late. Jesus. And that happened in New York. That must have been a crew or equipment issue then. Huh. I was just in New Haven in Connecticut today. Interesting. This could be like a break. Well, this is one of the busiest days of traveling of the year, mainly because like a lot of people for the holidays are deciding to go home for the holidays today and tomorrow instead of on Monday or whatever. So definitely a lot of traffic today. Earlier when I checked during rush hour, the whole corridor is basically filled, and that's not even. This is all Amtrak. The cool thing about the corridor is that transit, let's see, where is, or rail view. This one's the better one. Why am I all sparkly? Green screen will randomly determine to not be as good sometimes. Anyway, yeah. The problem with this map is you can't zoom out. It just isn't like all over. It actually like condenses the trains. So 92 trains here, so you can't see them all unless you zoom in. So yeah, it's like Northeast Corridor is quite impressive when you can see everything. Also, it also uses WMATA, which is kind of cheating. I guess WMATA is sort of a commuter rail, you can argue. Yeah, and this is like the hard thing about like telling people about the US is like I'm like, yes, it's not Europe, but this is way different from anywhere in the country. Just the level of stuff, and then like here's Boston too, like obviously not as much as New York, and Philly has a shit ton too. It's just like the level of service that you can get here in the US is just like on another level compared to other places in the US. And it's one of those things where it's like you if you know a northeasterner versus a like someone else from the rest of the country, because like transit is seen as like a thing that's just like, oh, it exists, it's everywhere, it's something we all use. And then other places in the US there's a lot more hostile to it just because it does not exist, or at least it doesn't exist in the sort of spectrum of how much it exists here. Hold on, let me check. Okay. Checking if the stream is running properly and that people are joining. Yes, people are. Okay. So let me fix a green screen sparkly thing a little bit, because it wasn't doing that earlier. Right? I didn't think it was. No, not that. Need filters. There we go. Chroma key. That is not what I want. That is not what I want either. Nah, it's not going to really fix it. I don't know why. I have plenty of light too. It's not like I don't have whatever. All right, what are you guys saying? Trains are for freight only. Yeah, no, there's a decent amount. I always say to people that like we talk a lot about this stuff all the time. Can I move this? That might help. No, not that far. Just about there. Okay. The thing I always say to people is that like, well, not just Bikes can't mention the Northeast Corridor, because that means he has to say something good about the U.S. But what was I going to say? The thing that most Americans, you always have to remember this when you talk about this stuff, is that the most a normal American thinks about trains is getting stuck at a grade crossing. And so we know a decent amount about this stuff and ride transit and everything, but the average American gets stuck at a grade crossing, and that is their experience with the train. There is nothing more than that, and that's the only thought that most people have about this stuff. And so you need to saw Sam from Wendover running in my... Are you in Aspen? Where do you live? Let me see. Would I fix... It's the corner back here, but that shouldn't be... Whatever. I'm tempted... Hold on. Ah! All right. Add slightly more light. Let's see. Not just Bikes to Pivot. Yeah, I saw that one, and like, he was. Yeah, I saw about the UP crash. That's unfortunate. Truck drivers try not to be a dumb challenge. Yeah, no, he did the video about Amtrak, and like, I'm not surprised. Like, anyone that rides Amtrak here is like, the customer service for Amtrak and a lot of the amenities that Amtrak has is honestly better than a lot of European services. And you will never hear that from a European, because like, they'll just like rag on the fact that, oh, train's slow or something like that. It's like, no, it's a lot of the amenities on Amtrak are actually better than most European services, but no one focuses on that. I mean, some do. Like, my boy Tim Balt runs Simply Railway. Love you, Tim Balt. I need to visit you in northern France at some point. Hey, Alan, I probably haven't seen my comment on the latest video, but operator for Denver Commuter Rail Network, happy to answer questions. Oh, thank you. Maybe you were one of my drivers while I was there. That's pretty neat. Yeah, the track quality is pretty nice there too, because you guys are mostly segregated from freight and also have relatively new infrastructure. So most of the Most of the track quality is very good. Yeah, no, Amtrak onboard service is good. And like honestly, I've ridden Brightline, and Brightline has really good services also. But the main problem with Brightline is, in my opinion, they treat you like a fucking baby. And like, granted, for train riders in Florida, that's probably a good thing because it's a baby's first train essentially, and they have to figure out how to like deal with that. Also, let me drag this over a second, actually, and turn the camera slightly down because it is framed completely wrong. All right, hello chat. That's much better. You don't want too much headspace, then the frame looks wrong. All right. Brightline service was blah compared to Amtrak. I think the service is good. The problem I had was their seats. The Venture seats, the new Siemens Venture seats suck ass. I'm tempted honestly just to go to Chicago to visit some friends, but I'd also go and ride the Lincoln service just so I'd get or the Hiawatha or something to get on some of the Venture sets so I can do a video about the seats because like they're so bad. Like even the Brightline ones that are supposed to be like more premium, it's just like they don't have a recline. The seat cushion just slides forward a bit when you recline it, and it's terrible. You're taking away the one thing that's really nice about trains. Let me see. Gonna start copying Salt Lake City and build your own right of way next to the freight. Well, I mean that's what Denver did also. They also did the same thing. So can I make this bigger? No, that's me. There, we need to make. Yeah, okay. There we go. Perfect. Excuse me. Yeah, when the M fleets get retired, I'm totally stealing one of those. What are they called? The company that made them. The company that made them was a defense contractor, which is very funny. Saw you were with Tom from Trames is awesome. He does great videos, and you guys, yes, he lives in Washington D.C. or just outside, or yeah, no, he's in Washington. So I need to talk to him, or at least I need to get him to Philly or something. Also, who is messaging me? Let me see. Oh, it's Ethan. Yeah, when Ethan joins us, we will start talking about cities. Okay. Tom is actually a friend of mine from middle school. That's cool. Yeah, none of my friends is... Tom is very anti-NJB. We actually talked a little bit about that when I was with him in person. We went to a really fun cafe that was next to the Senate buildings. Oh, wait. For those who don't know, let me bring up the pictures. Hold on. Where is webcam? All right. Let me see. I guess I didn't... I don't think I have in my Google... I just go to my email. From Senator Markey's office. Here's the... I guess... I could probably show some of these pictures that are not... Was there like one taken of the audience? I think there... What? No. We'll just show this one. Yeah. I look a little goofy, but... yeah, this is... there you go. Over here. Yeah, so this act, I'm gonna make a whole video on it. This is kind of neat. It's new rail funding. Essentially, what this is what is it? The what was I gonna say? It's what was I gonna say? Essentially, Amtrak is running out of. Is going to run out of the infrastructure deal money in 2026. It was allocated to go until then, and then all of your projects would be funded and stuff like that. And essentially, they would be looking for more funding after 2026. And so this bill is essentially supposed to be the thing to fix all of that, to essentially be like, hey, we know that the funding is running out in 2026. Hopefully you can get more money. But also, this was a bill that was kind of co-written by a bunch of people that like really do want to change the rail industry. And Marky's team is great. I talked to the staffers with this. And the cool part is they acknowledge that a lot of the ideas that they got from this stuff came from like people, maybe not directly from me, but it comes from people like us that yell about this online all the time. Like, obviously, it comes from studies and more like academic sources and journalistic sources, but also we are a large part of that. And we also shape a large part of sort of the general zeitgeist of how this is talked about. So, like, as much as you think that some of the yelling online doesn't work, it does. And it's one of those things where I don't intend to stop this stuff, because it's like we see what we're doing is really good. And it's cool that they invited me out to this press conference. Well, me and Tom. They invited a few of us. I think they invited Ray, also City Nerd. But obviously he's a bit far away from DC at the moment. So to get to DC, it would be a bit more of a hike. But for Tom, it was taking the Red Line down. And for me, it was taking a Northeast Regional or a Acela. So pretty easy. But essentially what this is, and we can go, I pulled it up in my Discord, but let me get the link. 1 second. So pull this up. We'll go over now, do I think this is going to pass? Probably not. But the idea of this is that it's just the idea that like freight electrification is something that Cobalt, you're fine. It was just the auto mod got it, and I just hit show. The thing, with this is that do I think this is going to pass under the next administration? No. Maybe a very, very watered down version of it, but for the most part, I don't think this is going to pass. Now, what is really cool about this is that, like, in this bill itself, where is it? Electrify existing high traffic corridors with freight and passenger trains. That's huge. Oh my God. Like, to see freight electrification in a bill, that's crazy. Like 4 years ago, when I first made my first video about this stuff, which is crazy that it's been that long, I remember searching like a bunch of articles and bills and stuff like that, and nothing was ever like talked about like this in a very, very long time. And like there was nothing in forums, there was nothing in like journal articles. There was like one or two that were from like very like leftish leaning stuff, but for the most part it was not mentioned anywhere. And so to see this in a bill that a senator is bringing to Congress is crazy, because like this wasn't talked about before. This was not a thing that anyone mentioned, or it wasn't an issue that would be bring up, and now it's in Congress. Like, you gotta pat yourself on the back for this stuff, because like yelling about this stuff and continuously talking about it does work. And like I said, do I think this bill is going to pass probably in the next 2 years? Probably not. But the idea that it's written and someone could then adapt it at some point when there's a Congress that will pass it, that's like huge. Because just the fact that like it's some staffers know about this, and the people that are inside of everything are working on it, that's huge. Like, this is really cool. And like I said, yeah, I'm not so certain about this passing, but it's the main thing of like, this is really like they are listening. This is very much a bill of like, hey, we're listening. This is very much, we want to do this. And just that alone is huge. And I do think that even the class ones are starting to feel the pressure of like, oh, we can't really do this bullshit stuff. We need to actually start looking at things. And I got to talk to some UP people in Colorado, which I guess I'll get to with this. Hey, Alan, what do you make of the Colorado Governor Polis? Any updates on the P.O. Box? I'm still working on the P.O. Box because I'm working on a few things with like rebranding and like a media company essentially. But Would that follow the DOE report that showed lines? Yes, this is kind of similar, but it's like I said, a lot of this stuff is just coming together. It's all coming together now. Like 4 years ago, no one talked about this shit, and now it's like it's actually a thing, which is cool. And like, what was it? So with Colorado and stuff like that, yeah, I was at this. The one video I did before about the battery, they're not battery trains, they're battery rail cars, and they're used for essentially load balancing. Like essentially they're like a lot of times when you have like renewable power and stuff like that, on the site of renewable power, there's often big energy storage facilities, and energy storage can come in many forms. It can either be batteries, it can be pumped hydro storage, it can even be kinetic storage where you move weights up into the air and then you drop them. This is just a battery version of that. And the idea is that you can, instead of having it in a permanent location, it can be a unit train and you can essentially move it around. So kind of interesting. Anyway, I was there for that. And the energy company is wanting to work with SunTrain, and SunTrain is wanting to work with the Class 1, specifically Union Pacific. And so this is a big thing because you have two big companies and with a moderating company, and the governor is generally pretty pro-train. It seems like Colorado is definitely one of, like, I got to talk almost a month ago now to Amtrak planning people internally, and I asked, like, what corridors do you think are the ones that are the furthest along, and they told me the Front Range almost immediately. So it's kind of cool to hear that. Doge better leave Amtrak alone. They've done enough damage. Yeah, well, they're not even. We'll see. I really think that that's a busybody just job that they just gave Musk, but we'll see. I hope he gets healthcare CEO'd, but we'll see. And yeah, no, the governor was cool. Otherwise, actually. Let me pull up pictures because there's some funny pictures. Where is? No, it's not under DSLR. It's under its own folder. Okay, SunTrain. No. Denver. Let's see. Where's the picture? Oh, did I save the stills somewhere else? I should close my email. Okay. Where is that video? Is it this one? No, not that one. It was one of the last ones, I think. Or was it this one? Oh, yeah. Okay. Here you go. There we go. Let's see. I think they have a lot of other things to focus on than worry about me making jokes. Anyway, there's Governor Polis. This is him right here, the balding guy. This is Chris. He's technically the CTO of SunTrain. Forgetting the guy. I think it's Jeff. Really cool guy. But anyway, this is the CEO of SunTrain, and that's a Walther's Mainline boxcar, which is a model of the SunTrain car, which is kind of funny. Oh, I'm struggling to hold focus there, but and there's the other model that they had. So they had two model train stuff, which is kind of funny. So it's kind of funny to see that. Let's see, where did I put? Maybe I could just like play most of these in like. Yeah, I don't think there's anything in these that's like. Add to VLC master playlist. There we go. I agree. I think Doges is something Trump made up to make us feel. Yeah, pretty much. The only problem is that like the worst part about all this shit is that I have to hear about Elon Musk more. Like, honestly, that's gonna, aside from all the terrible shit that's gonna happen, or maybe, because I think that they're idiots and a lot of this stuff won't get done. But it's just the fact that I have to hear about fucking Elon. Or more, hear about him more. Like, that's the worst part. Yeah, I was really hoping they would be gone. Anyway, along with going to the power plant and going to the meeting with the governor, which governor came to the power plant for that board meeting. The prototype for the Sun Train thing, it couldn't be brought to the power plant because the tracks were not ready yet. Union Pacific did not fix them yet, so they brought it here, which is Eaton, Colorado. And if you look on like a map, it's out in the middle of fucking nowhere, northeast of Denver. And so we had to go out here in the middle of nowhere. This is Eaton, Colorado, and also, of course, it got graffitied because it was sitting in the Bay Area. But this thing is kind of cool. So obviously, it's just literally a box with batteries, but there's a lot of different systems in this that are really neat. It has a whole fire suppression system and stuff like that. It has like level 2 and 3 chargers on it for electric cars. And that was the demo that they were showing off here when it was parked. I did see a Cybertruck get totaled by a Volkswagen Beetle. That's something. And so yeah, they brought this thing out here to this. It's not class 3. It's just private track, and this facility. I think I have a shot of it somewhere, but oh yeah, here's the big bloated Silverado getting charged, and there's a Mustang Mach-E also getting charged. It was funny seeing the group of people out here because there was a lot of people that were very much like industry people, and then there was like very much like suits type people at this event. But otherwise, yeah, it was kind of Chris has walked me through the inner workings of this, and it's pretty impressive. Imagine using a train to charge electric. This is true. Well, so okay. So the one thing that I want you to all say, and I think, is I put this in the video in in the last video. This company, SunTrain, some of their long-term plans you can't say out loud because you would make a certain business partner not happy about an idea, and the one of the idea. Well, if you read between the lines, you're getting the power company to work with the Class 1. Think about that. Like, you can kind of extrapolate, like, it's good to get the power company to work with the Class 1 for reasons, and if you're able to moderate that sort of relationship, you can probably get them to do some things. And so there's vested interest for getting the two of them to work together. So that's kind of what maybe the long-term plans of SunTrain is, but you can't really tell that to one of the people in this relationship. That's the problem, is that you can't really talk about a certain aspect of like the business plan. But it's like it's pretty neat that this battery train is going to run back and forth, because it will. Union Pacific will be like, this is neat. We just get to move a unit train back and forth, but also it's power. We get to work with the power company, like so. Hopefully, something a little bit more comes of that. We'll see in the next few years, which I think it will. This is just the prototype, but the actual unit train is getting built out in 2025, and it should be running or in a demo capacity to run at Pueblo, the test facility, at the end of 2025. So I'm looking forward to that. They said one of the someone said that they're going to smash two of the cars together to prove how safe they are. And one of the journalists then asked at the end of the meeting that, like, when is it going to happen? And it was like, Chris is like, fuck, now we need to run two cars into each other or whatnot. So maybe you'll get a Crash at Crush, but with two battery rail cars. Let's see, what else? Okay, so let's go to... Also, Ethan, did you want to join a call? Okay. Oh my god, it makes Christmas music.
Oh my god,
Hello.
it does. How
Yeah,
seasonal.
very. Um, let's see. Okay. Chat, can you hear Ethan? Ethan talk.
Chat, can you hear me? Am I registering on the vocal scale?
Okay, as long as he's loud enough.
Yes,
Very
yes, no, yes. We're getting the mixed the
the
mixed
mix.
feedback.
Okay,
That should be better.
well, I might need to turn. I put the Discord thing to 200, and then you did that, and I was like, oh.
That's what
um,
it's like having an audio interface, is that I just twist a knob and I can just absolutely destroy someone's ears.
I need to eventually get an actual like audio setup, because like right now it's just everything's mostly electronic, and I have some DACs and that stuff, but I don't have an actual like board. Um,
Yeah, no. They're definitely worth it. I need to get a better one, but the one I have right now does the job.
I'm gonna open that, and then I'm gonna. Oh no, wait. Okay, so we have that, and then I need to open. Shit. Let's see. Rail viewer. No, not rail viewer. Go back. I need to open rail guide. There we go. Okay. So we go back to browser. Do you think I am thinking of starting YouTube stuff myself, talking history of buildings that aren't that well known? Or there is definitely some people that do that, but honestly, just the main thing I did when I wanted to do content was I looked at what other people were doing. I was like, what can I do? But it's like something that is like something that I enjoy or how I can make it mine, essentially. But I mean, Ethan has also done the similar thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's really all what you want to do, like make stuff that makes you happy.
Essentially. But I guess I should go through the trip kind of chronologically because I talked about the power company, which is right here, by the way. This is Cherokee, this like loop here. Or let me see if I go to satellite. This is, yeah, Cherokee generation station, which like, it's funny. All of these buildings right here are unused now. It's only this like tiny little building right here that's now used, and it's now a gas plant instead of coal, which is interesting. But yeah, no, and then let's show Eaton, Colorado, which is in the fucking middle of nowhere. It's all the way out here. This is Eaton. Nothing. There is nothing out here except for this town. And it was really funny driving out here because I got a ride, but the you just drive past like farms and stuff, and it's flat land everywhere, and it's like it looks like an open TTD map because once in a while you just come upon a random industry that just appears. It's like, wow, this random like oil field or oil something. It felt very much like, wow, this is like an open TTD map.
Open TTD and Transport Fever 2, just straight up industry and nowhere.
Yeah. But yeah, this place where the car was being shown off was actually a sand unloader for frack sand. So kind of interesting. And there's a lot of wells you can find out here in this part of Colorado. Let's see, but yeah, this whole section, Denver's really interesting, and I think that for the most part, the commuter rail is shit upon more than it deserves. I hate frack sand hoppers. Hello, Brylan. And what was it? Actually, should we just add Brylan to the call?
Yeah, probably. Let's go for it.
Well, do you want to be
if
added?
Brylan's available.
Yes. What is a frack sand hopper? Hold on. It is a truck that looks like a cube. Also, Ethan, if you can add Brylan.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do.
Let me find frack sand hopper. It's like it's like a goofy looking truck. Like they either look like this, or the ones I saw in Colorado. No, where's like this? Oh my god, so magical. That is. I didn't. I didn't. That was such a loud Discord like ringtone. Um, let's see
Hello.
where.
Oh yeah, I gotta
Hello.
mute the stream.
I'm trying to find a good picture of the one I saw in Colorado.
Frac sandhoppers, they're usually like in a modular.
It's like a
Look up,
square.
type in Halliburton frac sandhopper.
How do you spell that?
Oh, wait, there's one right there. They're they're like almost like 10-foot Conex boxes.
Which
They
one
make
are
them
we?
like modular. The one your curse is on right now.
This one?
Yeah. Oh.
Wait. Oh, this is like the type that I saw. This type.
Yeah, that's like
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
normal.
All right. There
Yeah.
was a more like robust looking one that I saw a lot of in Colorado. But they looked like this, and the truck was like a low. They either had a
Halliburton. I know what they look like.
Halliburton is
For the instead of yeah.
let's see, spell it.
Good American company, right?
Yeah,
there.
this is what I saw a fucking lot of. This kind of type.
And then you can see they're like deployable trucks and everything too.
Yeah, this I saw a ton of that. They had like a lot of like red and very like metal framed, open frame ones too. That I saw.
A lot of them
this
are
is
like
goofy
converted,
as
like
fuck.
40-foot
What the
containers and stuff too.
this is so goofy. What the fuck?
So you could just like rapidly deploy them.
That's okay.
And like those things are, another example of why that derailment that happened in Pecos this week are so rough because the oil field's just littered with these kind of like very heavy truckloads.
Oh, was that what that was? I was trying to figure out what that was.
It wasn't one of those, but it was some other oversized load.
Groundwater destruction speed run,
Yes. Well, also earthquake speed run too.
That is true.
That's Oklahoma because they put the wastewater they store wastewater instead of processing it, and since water is incompressible, it reactivates a lot of faults where it shouldn't.
Reactivating faults, not usually a good thing.
Generally, no.
Yeah.
It's a mixed bag.
We're lubricating the earth.
I mean, that is what fracking is.
What was it? Let me check the.
But hey, my Dino Juice is like 230 at the pump right now, or it was like 240 at the pump this week.
Well,
just to say how bad it is.
Well, I was curious if if the tariff stuff goes through, that's totally affecting fuel prices, I would guess.
Yeah. It's domestic. We do okay. It's gonna be super regionalized. If you're in Boston, you're fucked.
Okay.
For gas prices, like natural gas. If you're like in the Midwest, you're also kind of fucked because of how much comes from Canada there.
Just
if
depends
you're in the
on
Sun Belt, nothing changes. If you're in California, it's kind of a question mark.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh, since I guess speaking of Denver, yeah, it was so interesting driving out to Eaton, and like I was saying to Ethan that it looked like an open TTD map. Like everything was flat or rolling hills, and there was nothing, and then all of a sudden there would be like an oil like small industry, and so it looked like a fucking open TTD map. Like you'd be going, and then there'd be like a giant farm.
That's how the Panhandle is too.
Yeah.
Panhandle, Texas, for those in watching.
Yeah, and then so yeah, there's a few things in Denver that I think like I was. So when I stay in Denver, if I turn back on satellite view, I stayed in this neighborhood over here, which is apparently like Highland Jefferson or something like that. And there was like a new like apartment building that I was staying in a hotel that was half apartment building, half hotel, and it was interesting. Interesting like building dynamic. It's not even on the map. It's so new. Which it's in this plot of land right here. That's like not even.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Huge building. It probably had like 200 apartments, and then probably like I don't know, probably like 60 hotel rooms, I would guess. And so it was called this brand called Sonder, Sonder, which I've used before, but it's a weird it's a weird mix of hotel and Airbnb. Because it has like your typical hotel rooms and hotel amenities, but it also doesn't have like front like door staff or staff in general. Like the staff are kind of like part of the complex of the building and only show up when you actually request something on the app, which is interesting. And most of the stuff for the hotel, like your login and everything and getting into the building and stuff, is done through the app, either with like a key code or something, or like a literally I could use my phone's NFC to open the door, which is kind of interesting.
That's weird.
That's crazy, honestly. Like, that's such a wild concept. I know some hotels do that opening, but like they still have the front desk.
Yeah. Well, the crazy part is this place had a shit ton of amenities, and it was only 96 a day or a night. Like it had a pool, a jacuzzi, a gym, and it had what else? It had like almost like an outdoor like area to like, there was like a bonfire thing and something else. And so like that's crazy for 96 a night. And so I was like, this is wild. It's like, if I ever had like friends and wanted to go to something in Denver, I'd totally like book this, because then we could all hang out in that like cool courtyard that was there. And I think the way that they get away with this is, one, they don't have like typical staff. They sort of have just like skeleton crew almost, and they have like normal cleaning stuff that they do. But and then I think it's also attached to it's attached to the apartment building. So if the hotel is not doing super optimally, then you can almost like subsidize it with the apartments essentially, or vice versa. So it's almost like a very like redundant model of doing apartments hotel type thing. So I don't know exactly, but I've only seen them in, at least relevantly, in Denver. There's apparently one here in Philly, and there's some in Chicago and some other cities. But it's one of those brands which I'm starting to see more and more places. But it's one of those ones that you never see in like the news, like everyone fawns over. But definitely an interesting hotel experience. It was almost what it reminded me of, the hotel rooms. Do I have a picture? I might have a picture. The hotel rooms themselves looked a lot like just a normal like a 1-bedroom apartment, and I think they're designed that way so if the hotel goes under, they just immediately turn it into an apartment building. I think that's the logic. Yeah, here's like, wait, is this? That's a picture of me. No, we don't want that. Okay. So yeah, this is like the room itself is like a 1-bedroom apartment. Like it could pretty much be like instantly converted. Like it had a full kitchen and everything, which like surprised me. And so like for 96 a night, which is like nuts, it's like, this is what you get. I think the only downside is like, because you don't have a typical like front door staff, if something is wrong the night you show up, then you're kind of fucked. Or at least that's what I think. It seems like most of the people that work for the company seemed pretty nice, so I don't know, but I had no issues. But it was an interesting concept for like it was interesting to have a dishwasher and an oven in a hotel room, in a full kitchen essentially.
I've been in some of those like extended stay ones where they have that.
Yeah, I've stayed at my fair share of different types of hotels.
Yeah, well, it was mainly the fact that I got it for 96 a night, which was wild.
That's pretty cheap for an extended stay style, hotel room.
And it's almost like any addition.
Kind of depends what's going on. Sometimes they can be a bit like cheaper whenever the market's not as strong.
Yeah, I was kind of looking at rates for Sonder, and it really kind of depends where you're staying at in terms of their hotels.
I also think I was visiting in a really off time in Denver. Like I was visiting after Thanksgiving, or about a week-ish after Thanksgiving, and then I was visiting before ski season. So I think that's like why it was probably as cheap as it was. So yeah, any additional fees? There was like fees. So basically, if you wanted to sign in early or what's it called? Leave late, essentially. But otherwise, there wasn't really any extra fees. I think there was like some maybe like very minor $10-$20 like holding fee or something like that. But for the most part, it was surprisingly cheap. But I guess it was also because I was there in like an off season type thing.
I think the only way I've ever stayed somewhere cheaper is like getting an actual room in like a hostel rather
Yeah.
than just renting out the bed, but getting like a whole room. Normally it's still like communal bathrooms, but I think I when I visited Portland before I moved here, I spent like $75 a night during summer on a hostel bedroom, which was pretty decent deal.
Yeah. Well, that was the other thing I could have done is I could have. Um, there was a hostel in downtown Denver that was actually quite decent, and I was thinking about doing that, but then it was like this was about as cheap as because I needed a room because I had all of my camera equipment shit. So I was like, as much as like I could use the locks at a hostel, it's like also I don't trust that. Like,
Yeah.
and having a $2,000 camera is not optimal in that situation.
Yeah, no, I get that. And there are the hostel I actually stayed at had like your own bedroom, like didn't have to share anybody, just one queen bed. Pretty much that's the only thing that was in there.
Yeah. Um, but I'll go through these pictures in a sec. Let me answer the questions. I'm doing an APA student competition. We have to fix Old West Colfax Ave near Mile High Stadium. Is that in Denver? I assume that's in Denver if it's Mile High Stadium. Oh, isn't this wasn't there a stadium they're exploding or something soon in Denver? Or I thought they were. I don't know. I mean, like the basics for this street, it looks like is just you have a lot of parking lots here. Just fill it in with housing. The only downside is it's right next to what is this Route 40, which is basically a highway. So it's kind of like a proto highway. Yeah, I would just fill this in with housing. I mean, you already have like a bike trail here that connects with everything. That's also the other cool thing about downtown Denver is there's like a lot of like bike trails that kind of interconnect via the rivers and everything. And I like walked in around this a decent amount, and that was kind of nice. Like honestly, I think that's an underrated thing about the area because you can do a whole commute basically from this like western side of the city. Where's the trail? Yeah, like down this like bike trail that essentially like parallels this creek and then all the way to the river here and then go up along the river over and then down into downtown here without even like basically interacting with a road, which is kind of nice. So, I mean, my thing would just be build some apartment buildings probably like right here. Sorry about that. I'm turning in on my layovers between trips. Hello, you guys are chatting. Any questions? I'm happy to answer. Oh, this person that had the $5 here. They're apparently a driver for RTD for the commuter rail system.
Oh wow.
I'm turning in my layovers between trip. Oh, if you could. Oh, are they currently on shift? That would be funny.
I don't know how for a kosher that is.
Well, as long as they're outside of the vehicle and they're on
I'm not
layover.
snitching.
I have seen plenty of phones inside of train cabs, but hopefully it's tied down. I've been thinking about the idea of it's because I've reached out to one or two groups before where I've been like, hey, do you know like this is like a lot of people really like it when you put a camera on the front of a train and it does the route that it's like it runs or whatever. And have you ever thought about doing that, or is there anything against that? And like I've had actually people at Amtrak be like, we never thought of that before. And I'm just like, you should.
Makes it very annoying to do, to my understanding.
Well, my thing is that if the GoPro is on the outside of the train and not in the cab, then they have a lot less problems with that. So that's my whole justification. But also, apparently they've done it before where they put a GoPro in the cab, but it's like shoved against the windscreen or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just like out, not within reach. Because it technically is a camera that cannot communicate via cell phone or cell signal. So it's not like a big, ooh, the FRA would hate this type thing. But it is one of those
Don't
things.
challenge the FRA to hate something because they'll find a way. But
But anyway, it seems to be like a lot of agencies. It's not that they don't want to do this. It's just they haven't realized that this is like a thing that people would want. And so it's like I'm tempted to make a YouTube channel where it's like those Norwegian ones or Swedish ones where it's like slow TV or whatnot, but for American like ride-alongs or cab rides. And I don't know. I think that would be really successful for the most part. But it's
I
just
mean, at
mainly,
least some transit agencies have kind of figured that out. Like the CTA pretty much has ride-alongs for all their different routes.
I mean, TriMet did it too.
Yeah, that's true.
They didn't do it for the red line though.
I'll have to get to them on that.
Yeah, they did everything except for the red line, which is kind of funny.
Well, for the most part, the red line is just kind of a spur off the blue line.
True. Yes.
There's only 3 independent, or let me do the math here. Yeah, 4 independent stations from the blue line.
So the only shot that I didn't get when I was in Colorado that I really regret not getting in Denver was, so I stayed up here at the, oh, now you can see this hotel. There's it's built on, I guess, on 3D view. I would walk here and then down and over this like terrible like bridge, this highway section, and then down into the downtown. Because there wasn't really a bus over here that was super reliable. Like I think this one comes like hourly, which fucking sucks ass. Like what? Yeah, it's hourly. Like come on.
Right
like,
near downtown too on a major
yeah,
arterial.
right. Well, it's not technically on the arterial. It's on this side roads or whatever. But still, it's one of those things.
Still.
Like it's like, come on, really? Like, So anyway, I had to walk downtown a lot of times over this thing, and so I got a view of this section here a decent amount. And there was a really funny section here, in my opinion, where it's this REI here, and then the highway is right there. And I couldn't get like a good angle of this, but it's really funny to me that like an outdoor store that's like very, very fond of the outdoors, and then massive highway infrastructure right next to it.
yeah,
Like
That's
just
massive REI.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's Denver.
Yeah, that's true.
But it was just like
you can
very
get more REI is like to be in like Seattle or Portland.
Yeah.
yeah. But yeah, I generally like REI. It's a slightly overpriced in some things, but generally a lot of their things are very
I
like
missed the
high
good
quality.
garage sales when they were quarterly instead of monthly.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I got like a really good Arc'teryx jacket for like half off once. Doing that was a fucking steal.
yeah. But yeah, this was kind of goofy because I was like, you have this really like cool like outdoor store, and it's right next to this big highway and highway interchange, and it's kind of like this very much speaks to how like Americans view the outdoors and what is nature. I
Yeah.
think in a lot of
Yeah.
ways, it's like I will drive my car to the nature and hike and drive home, and it's like, yeah, that's not how we should be doing things. But yeah, the
I
rest
find
of
the whole like DOT dressing up a highway phenomena very funny.
with like what?
Oh, just like how they like will like attempt to greenify some spots of highway, and it's like some of that stuff where it's like, oh, it's not as bad as it is.
Yeah.
Don't think about it.
What's
Yeah,
also
you
very.
gotta-
Or you go first, Ethan.
Yeah, you gotta love the every single render of a highway widening or anything like that generally comes with a whole bunch of contrast boosted grass to make it seem like there's a whole bunch of new green space coming that you can enjoy.
Yep. Well, the funny thing that for me is that like Denver, for the most part, downtown has decent urbanism. There's like the hell zones, like over by the arena, but like for the most part, it's like it's not that bad. And like honestly, this whole new section that's like behind Union over here is like really good, and I think it's really ironic that there's like these like pedestrian plazas and like these pretty like these roads that are almost at like walking level with like bollards and trees and everything and like slow areas, and then you have this like park, but then like the second you walk past the park and buildings, it's the massive highway area. So it's like it was like you almost are there. You almost like it's like that's you're like in your nice zone, and then you cross over, and then you're like, fuck it, it's still America. Like that's kind of what hits you. Because like this
Yeah.
whole section here was
Yeah.
beautiful walking through. Like where's like this corner here? I was like walking. Yeah, this is like really cool to have like in a downtown city right here. Oh, this guy. Yeah, this is like super cool. And like I was like did a whole walk through this section. There's like some cool bridges you can go over and stuff, and like really cool like pedestrian and bike infrastructure that like you can only get to via like walking and biking. And then it's like suddenly there is the highway hell zone, and it's just like, it's just like I don't know how you fix that too, without like basically exploding the highway, which like you probably should do eventually, but also to do that nowadays to get rid of like especially because Denver isn't like strangled by highways, it has just one, and so like to explode that highway and to remove it, you would make so many like suburban commuters mad. And that's like the hard part about getting rid of stuff like this nowadays. You could probably cap this. Like,
It's also so it's close to the river where it's kind of like annoying like the like actual walkable neighborhoods, but also like it's not close enough to the river where you can kind of use that environmentalist aspect of saying, "Oh, we're going to open up a whole bunch of new park space."
yes. Um, what was it? Uh, it's this and just like I don't know. There was a bunch of cool stuff here, and then there's also the trolley, which is in trolley jail. Let me see if we can see that.
Trolley jail.
No, I'm not lying. It is in trolley jail. Can we go? No, come on. Let me see the trolley. Come on. No, that's not where I dropped the. Oh my god. Can I Google, please? Okay. Can I like? No, don't do that. No, don't drop me in the river. um, the trolley is very much in trolley. Why is it not? Oh my god, this is. All right, let me try to drop myself somewhere else around here. No, the trolley is very much in trolley jail. It's it's in it's in this like fence, and it's all like covered up.
Why is it in a cage?
Yeah,
It's growled at me.
But it's also the really funny part about this is it's blocked by this pole, but you can see there's exhaust pipes on this end of the trolley because there's no electrification. It's a DMU. There's like some like diesel generator that's connected to the traction motors, which is kind of funny.
It's a pole start.
Yeah, so it's like trolley runs in the summer, goes along the river for like a mile. Yeah, it goes from here to like the down here by the stadium or whatever. It's kind of cool. It's like I feel like stuff like this you could make like wooden platforms for, and like it could generally be pretty useful if you actually ran like a small schedule, and maybe extended it slightly. That's the thing is like I really think there's a heritage equipment is often seen as like just like a museum or something like that, but it's oftentimes if you just ran a little bit extra ops, you could turn it into a legitimately useful thing. And I think that a lot of heritage stuff in cities are often thrown away because of like they're just kind of side projects where it could be actually quite useful if you put a little bit of time and effort and thought into it. The only thing that I didn't get in Denver is that like I got to visit some friends, I got to film a bunch of RTD stuff, but then the thing that I didn't do, which is I wanted to do another land use video specifically because there is a station that I need to visit because it is a meme. It is like, how does this exist? So at the bottom of, let's see, which light rail line is it? At the bottom of, I guess, is a purple and neon green or whatever. There's a station, second to last station.
I think I've seen this passing it on the highway.
This is Lone Tree City Station. There is nothing around it.
This reminds me of the Bingham Highway station for UTA, Or that I think it's there's another one like this for
Like
SAC RT as well.
like what like this is
The
so good.
liminal station.
Yeah, there's nothing around it. It's just like you get off the trolley, you can get, or you get on the light off the light rail, you can get back on. That's about it. Like
RTD, I need a ridership number here now.
yeah. It's probably one person or two people a day.
I
Like
bet it's
it's
higher than you expect.
well, there
I
is
bet
like
it
a
is.
there is a pickup and drop off zone, but the other thing is that like there's another station right here, which is next to all the buildings and the mall. So that's why I think that it's not actually
I thought
like
that was a hospital for a second.
oh, this is a hospital.
Oh, then
Um,
yeah, this definitely has higher ridership than you think.
but this station is closer to the hospital, and this one's out like over here doing nothing.
Oh,
So it's like, and then there's another one after it that's in this little thing. So I really think that this station like it probably has like two people a day, and I don't even know what those two people will be doing. Maybe getting off here and walking across the field of nothingness to this like suburban complex, but like even then it's like I don't think most people that are living out there are doing that.
I bet in summer it's more than like 20 or 30 a day. That's
Oh,
my bet. 'Cause
something.
Colorado
Well,
people love like walking another like they're not the types to be like as lazy when it comes to like that kind of stuff.
yeah,
yeah.
that is true.
There is a valid reason why they're the least overweight state.
Wait, someone in chat says it's 102 per weekday.
That's crazy.
There's no fucking way.
It's
How?
how many a weekday?
102.
Oh yeah, there you go.
There's
Motherfuckers in
no
Colorado be
how.
like,
How? Like, what are you going? Like to the station, walking to the field, smoking
these
some
people.
weed? I mean,
Okay,
it's probably
my
like
cousin who lives in Boulder literally goes and hikes in the morning before work. They're not normal people. Like you just have to like think about them differently. Like
well, so I was told by someone that lives in the Denver area. This was originally supposed to be a development of like a very like walkable community, but it just hasn't happened yet. So
I
maybe
ruined the
eventually.
character on my
spots where,
empty
like,
field.
it'll
Yeah.
happen, and you won't be able to tell on Google Maps for like a year or two.
Probably. I mean, like, let me see. Is there like, because the highway's slightly no, it's lower elevation. But let me see if we can see anything. Yeah, there's not much over there. Like, there is not much there. You can see the platforms right there, and that's about it. Like, there's rolling hills with a train station in the center of it, and nothing. Like, why is the link not showing up? It's on the Wikipedia entry. Yeah, I was gonna say 102 seems a bit high. I would believe like 40, but I don't know where a 100. Well, I guess it'd be 50 people because they're 102 means you get return ridership or something. But like, where the fuck are 50 people going?
Hey,
Like,
there's
bet-
two lines running here, so
I bet there's like a sizable proportion of people who bring their bike to this station.
Yeah, that might be maybe.
Because like there's like some like there's the hospital, there's some tech campus stuff there too. Like think of like some tech worker who goes and bikes up Pikes Peak every other like weekend.
Yeah.
You know, takes his like train thing, you know, takes the light rail to work at his tech job. You know, it's not that crazy for them to like want to like jog it out or something on the way to work or something.
Yeah.
Like I said, Colorado
yeah.
people are not normal. Like you got to think differently when you're thinking about people from Denver.
It's
their
true. I
light
think.
rail is
Yeah.
it's something.
And the closer you get to the mountain, like the less normal they are. So
The other problem with the light rail is that it has two terminuses, or
Yeah.
two areas where like the lines go downtown, and that's you can tell which one was the original one, which is this loop over here, because that was like very much 80s 90s, like, ooh, we're gonna build the light rail downtown, it's gonna bring business and development, like and then the newer one is the one that's the terminal at Union Station, which makes a lot of sense. And so and so they're not really building the light rail out much anymore. They're more building the commuter rail, but even then, since COVID, it's kind of stalled a little bit.
They have
Um,
some sort of weird shuttle that connects those two terminuses, I remember, or those two like hub
it's
areas.
the loop.
Yeah.
It's the downtown loop circulator bus, which they use like weird Gillig or BYD buses that have like 3 doors, but it's a 40-footer. It's interesting. Let me see if I can find them on the maps here, but. 'Cause I think they come here to the light rail station, so I could probably see them. They're like these red. Why is that? No, I don't want to be on the sidewalk. Yeah, they're these red buses that just circulate downtown, and there's actually a really cool like pedestrianized type. Oh, I can walk on the sidewalk. Okay, let me go over here. Yeah, there's a light rail, and I go. Over here. There's the buses. Here you go. Yeah, these 3-door weird looking things.
Oh my gosh.
So they have a rear door on a 40-footer, which is interesting. I don't know what brand these are. Bus foamers would know what this is. It's some weird thing I have not seen before.
These buses do not look American. Like at all.
I don't think. Yeah, it looks more European. It's some. They are battery buses. Yes, it's not a Gillig. I knew that from the front. Let me see. Is there a badge on the back?
They don't look like New Flyers.
No, they're definitely not New Flyers. New Flyers got them cunty headlights.
Okay, yeah, BYD is probably a good guess.
Yeah.
Build your own disaster.
Oh my gosh, I was
only
on one of
run-in
their.
with BYD was when I lived in Albuquerque, and they just didn't work, so I didn't get to have a nice BRT right by my apartment. So I got an axe to grind with BYD.
At least they're not the potatoes, so. Build your own disastrous looking bus. Gillig low floors. Okay. I don't know, but anyway, those are weird because I've never seen a 3-door 40-foot bus in the U.S. But it's a free circulator, and it goes between there and downtown. And is it this street? Which street is the cool one? Is it 16th or 17th? But there's like a pedestrianized street now that looks, or not pedestrianized, but it's like,
It's like Transit Mall.
it's transit mall, but I think cars can still drive through it. Is it 7? I think it's 16th. Yeah, because you can see the construction here. Yeah, look at this. This is so cool. So yeah, only the buses are allowed through here. Crazy.
Sick.
Yeah. Like crazy that this is like downtown Denver. Like really cool that they've done this. And the cool part is that like a lot of the restaurants along here have actually spread out some of their tables, so there's actually like more room to actually sit and like enjoy this area, which is kind of nuts. And so like granted, when I walked through here it was like nighttime because I didn't have much time to come visit it otherwise, but it was just like I was walking through here, I was like, this looks strangely European. With this like with the plaza type construction. Now granted all the buildings don't, but like the actual construction of the street did, which is kind of, and especially with these like 3-door buses and everything, it was like, this is strange to see in an American city or whatever. But yeah, these plazas are very nice. But this is kind of the stuff that like you don't hear about. You hear about like, oh, highway bad and shit like this, but then it's like cities have been doing things like this that they are BYD, someone says. Okay. But yeah, it's like these little improvements that like cities have been doing, it's like I don't think get enough recognition. And the problem is that like you can't clickbait a video America bad, Europe amazing, and like then show this because people would get bored because they need to have the rage bait. They can't have like actual good feeling videos. That would be terrible. So it's hard to talk.
You need to remind them about why wokeness or something is taking your cities away. Or I don't know. What's the current grift?
Something. It's just hard because you can't like. I would love to talk about this, but only like fucking dorks like us would be interested in this. Like the average person is like, "Oh, that's interesting," but then they wouldn't like click on the video or wouldn't be like.
Everything needs to be over. Everything needs to be failing.
It's here. It
No,
needs to be
nothing
over,
ever happens.
or we're
Just
so back. Which this could be a we're so back, but the problem is that most people are not super excited about buses and pedestrian plazas.
You have to clickbait people, unfortunately, with that.
Yeah. Let's see. All those restaurants going out of business because people can't drive. Oh, that's so true. But yeah, so there was Denver, and then like flew from there to Portland, and that's where I met up with Ethan. So that was kind of cool. Oh my god, zoom out. Thank you. No, don't show that. Go maps. Current. Oh, why did I go to Antarctica? No.
Attractions.
urbanism, or an urbanist has yet to go. Need to
We'll go to-
densify. What's the camp?
I must go to the one place where automobiles have not taken over.
I must go
Antarctica.
to Edmondson Scott South Base, where there are no cars.
Yeah, Tim
with
Cook
cool
red
snow
alert.
machines.
I will go to the one place where automobiles have not corrupted. This-
Ice.
Ice.
Aircraft-oriented urbanism. We love to see
We,
it, folks.
we unfortunately cannot forget that our least favorite billionaire decided to send one of his cars up there a few years ago.
Oh yes, it's annoying because like SpaceX is generally cool, but it's like the fact that it's attached to Elon is like it makes me like I want to see one of the rockets explode again. Like please. But yeah,
Rocket over.
in Portland, I guess I should open because Railguide doesn't have it, but Open Railway Map does.
Oh, it is annoying how Railguide doesn't have a
Transit.
lot of like light rail and stuff like that.
It'll have really random shit, but it won't have light rail or transit, which is kind of annoying.
Yeah.
That
What the
is
fuck? Wait, does
majorly
Portland
annoying.
does Portland have a zoo train?
It did. It hasn't run in I think like 10 years, but there's still like a lot of people that want to bring it back.
Huh.
That's
Wait,
why there's a.
Did they have the GM Aero train thing?
Yes, they did. They had that weird
Ah.
shit fuck in narrow
Oh, yeah,
gauge.
Austin
It was
used to have one of those,
hilarious. I wish we still had that. I want them. They still have it somewhere. They just need to fix it.
Someone says it's still running and never ridden on it. I don't think it's running currently.
It's not running. It hasn't run in like since pre-pandemic.
Yeah. I didn't realize it's this long though. That's actually legitimate. I thought it was just like a small loop around like the. Huh.
This is what they took from you.
This is
Yeah,
what
so
they
there's-
took from me.
There's two parts of Washington Park, Alan. That's kind of where we got off. That's where the
Yeah.
Max runs to. But you can take that over towards like the Japanese garden and the Rose Test
Mexico's
Garden.
like pretty deep underground.
It's the
Yeah,
deepest
so
station, right?
That's the deepest station in North America, right there.
Yeah.
Wait, really? Oh, I didn't know
Yes,
It's 400
So you
feet,
can-
right?
something like that. You can only access it by elevator.
that. Huh.
Yeah. The elevators are really fucking fast though. It only takes like 20 seconds or something like that, or 15, 20 seconds. Like it's not long.
It's incredibly fast.
And it's interesting to me that they kept there's like volunteer or it's not volunteers, there's like paid staff members that are down at the bottom of the station. It's like imagine that's your job. Like I'm down in the mines today, like I'm in the TriMet mines.
I am the elevator operator in the People's Republic of Portland.
This is true. I have
Like-
to keep my eyes open for the evil capitalist hellhole of Beaverton.
Oh my god, yeah.
It's a child I yearned for TriMet.
But it did feel like that because it's like you realize when you're at the station how deep it is because it's like when you're deep inside like a mountain or something like that, it's like everything's that temperature and everything's that kind of like like humidity that's like you feel like you're underground. I don't know how like to explain, but you can just tell. And then it's the fact like you get on the elevators and you can just see like, oh, that's a lot of mountain like on top of this.
Yeah, it's definitely it's deep, and then since there's no other way for the air to get out, once a train starts entering the tunnel, you
Yeah.
can feel just this giant wave of, or just these giant winds coming through the tunnel.
So funny. It's that, and then it's funny because like my thing with TriMet or the Max is, and we didn't need to make the video about it, is like it's really fast outside of downtown, and then downtown that's the slow area, and it's entirely because you just need a tunnel.
It's kind of like the problem Calgary has, and they're finally like going to make it a tunnel, right? From
The Green Line is having some major issues right now, in terms of weird political fun stuff going on. My buddy Alex, who runs the channel Humane Cities, he kind of talks about like Calgary urbanist stuff, but he's also running for councilman in that city. So
Oh,
it's
you
yeah,
should send me his info because I have friends who live in Calgary.
I will. He's trying to work on transit there, so
That's good.
exciting stuff.
Yes.
Can't wait for him. Unfortunately, I don't have any choice on voting for him because, not a Calgarian or a Canadian, but
He's the one that does the podcast with you, right?
yes, he does.
Okay. Same deal with the Dart Tunnel, someone says.
Oh yeah, that's another big
Or
one.
Oh, I forgot about the Dart Tunnel, the one that TechStop built for so they could stuff another couple lanes into the. It's an old railroad right away, of course.
Wait, so they
have a
built,
sunken highway, but then they buried the light rail as well. It's
which is
a weird spot. It's next to SMU.
Also, this is funny. Open Railway Maps has was it tram gondolas?
Has the
on-
aerial
Oh, yeah, it
gondola.
does.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that is very funny. I didn't know they had that on maps.
unconventional type of railway, one might say.
I guess, yeah.
I mean, yeah.
A
Kinda.
wireway? I don't know.
It's
I don't know
a-
how you could like rope it.
it's
in.
a funicular.
Rope it in. I didn't even mean to do that one.
It's a funicular. This is a very weird funicular. Yeah, no, when I come back at some time, I want to ride the streetcar a bit more because it's like, it definitely seems one of the more useful
Okay. I love this
Obama-era
person's
stuff.
username, the 2006 Pontiac Aztek.
Yeah.
Yes, the Dart Tunnel is dramatically better than the alternative, but like it is very weird.
Okay.
That is a very good username. I love that username.
They also got the diesel tram. Yeah, well, that's the West, and which I didn't get to ride. I will
Visit
ride
on the
that
weekend.
eventually.
It's Westover. You kind of have to make, even if you live here, you kind of have to like schedule it out of your time because it really just does not like.
It also
Because
doesn't
it
really.
run-
It doesn't
it
really
runs
go
weekdays
anywhere.
only. It runs weekdays only, and it runs during rush hour only. It does kind of run to a couple of destinations. Tigard has some people there, but
Wait,
other than
does
that,
it doesn't run all day? It only runs at peak.
it only runs at peak. So it runs from
What?
like 6 a.m. to like 9:30 a.m. in the
And
morning,
it
and then
stops.
like 3:30 to like 7 o'clock at night. Yeah,
What? What?
the West
What?
is so goofy. Yes, it does not run all day.
I.
Monday through Friday as well too. So no weekend service.
Oh no. Why would you design it that? No. Also, what is this? Wilmette Shore Trolley Lake Oswego Station? What the fuck is
Willamette
That is
Shore
a-
Trolley.
Absolute mouthful of a name.
what the is this like a museum or something?
I think it is part of the museum, if I'm not mistaken.
I have to
Lake Oswego is quite transit averse, unfortunately. And it's also because it's like the wealthiest
isn't that where
suburb of Portland.
the turbo NIMBYs are there?
Yes, all the turbo NIMBYs are there. There was actually a huge legal fight over the access to Lake Oswego itself.
Ah.
People wanted to
Interesting.
keep it private, but
This looks like the trolley thing here. Okay, there's a box and they keep the trolley in it, and it looks like it's out right there.
trolley jail.
Oh wait, does it have the fucking generator behind it? Hold up,
I think so.
hold up. Where is my? I think. Let me get the Google Maps on. That's so funny. Oh, it has a generator car. That would be so funny. The fuck, Lake Oswego. Okay. So yeah, it looks like it has like a parallel track to the freight right of way. Oh my god, does it have a generator car? That would be so funny. Where is like the museum? Because that's the building. But then, okay, Wilmette Lake Shore Trolley. There we go. Oh, it has to have a generator because there's no overhead wires. Oh my god. Does it tow like a little cart behind it? And that's I know it must have the generator on board. Oh, it does. It does have a fucking like. Oh my god. It's on like a maintenance away cart and just
That
behind it. It's-
okay. That is something you should get a battery for.
um. Apparently they have some wires, but apparently the trolley just goes far away.
So, fun thing about this right of way is they actually wanted to convert it to actual Portland streetcar service.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
back in
there's
2009,
that's so fucking goofy.
that is insanely goofy.
It's literally like a maintenance away cart, and there's some like AC wires that just
I
go into the
love that.
trolley.
It's such a like shit fuck like little like
That yeah, that's like some guys in a shed got that working. Like, oh yeah, oh, there's a picture of the generator car. Fantastic. Oh, it has like a logo on it. They painted it in the livery too, which is fantastic. Oh my god. Oh, and it has a light on it. Oh my god. It has a little push bar and everything. That's so funny. Oh, that's so goofy.
How silly.
Oh, and of course they do like a Polar Express thing too, because that's how you make money as a museum. Oh, they have a steeple cab. Okay, so they have some wires somewhere. I don't know where the wires are, because there's pictures of things under wire, but I don't know where the wires are.
Yeah, 2006 Pontiac Aztec was saying they're going to make it into a serious transit line, and it's because back in 2009, Ebot made a huge streetcar proposal extension that had some like major routes. Like it was gonna double, or like probably, I think it was gonna like quadruple the existing network that exists right now. But one of the lines was the streetcar that currently goes to the South Waterfront was going to be extended all the way to Lake Oswego, which is a massive extension, but insane NIMBYism kind of killed that one off.
that's a shame.
Seem,
It really
yeah.
is.
It really is the two. There are two wolves inside of you. One is the Pacific Northwestern, like actual transit person, and the other is the ecological hippie that just like kills all transit projects.
I drive my Subaru. It gets 40 miles to the gallon. I'm never gonna need to take transit.
Okay, no,
I was gonna
that
say
is
you have
way
not
too
driven a
on- that is
Subaru.
way too
Even
generous
I have-
for my Forester's like on a good day getting 25.
I think my legacy at its best at like optimal highway speeds of 55 got 30. Like it
Like,
was
only the Impreza gets over 30. Like that's it. And maybe the BRZ just because it's so small and light.
yeah. Yeah, no, Subarus are not. They are many things, but they
I
are
love
not
my
the most
Forester,
fuel efficient.
But I would not, laud its fuel efficiency.
I've converted my Outback to run on canola oil.
No, it would be. What would it be?
It run
What would be a Pacific Northwest version of that?
it runs on peanut oil.
Runs on discarded vegan something oil from the local co-op or whatever. Like. So it's super chat. LIR should electrify all their lines with catenary. Well, they should at least do mainly part of the main line at some point, but they're kind of stuck with third rail for now. But what was it? Oh, the other thing, yeah, I guess to talk about is the sort of like riding, because when I went from Portland to Seattle, of course I rode the Cascade service, and like for the most part, seeing the right of ways for the Cascade service made me question why most of it wasn't 110, because it's pretty straight for the most part. There are some like little curvy sections you have to slow down for, but like I don't understand why it's such a it's a well-funded service and it doesn't have any track upgrades past like normal 80 miles an hour.
I think it has some 90. It could be 90 if you really wanted to, but
Let's
like
consult the map.
the problem is Well, those phone maps are not perfect, but
I don't know. This one has been. Oh, what's this? I see some
I
different
remember
colors.
parts of where I worked
Oh,
where they
those
were
are the
inaccurate.
C-Tran rapid buses.
Okay. Um. Okay, this is 80. It looks like max speed is 80 for the most
Well,
part.
so Talgo has a special speed marker. You have a
Oh,
T instead of P. So a lot of these have a different speed limit than what's shown for Talgos.
but there's only 2 Talgos left.
Yes, only the Talgos can do that.
Yeah. Okay.
Or I
That's
mean, maybe the new Siemens equipment can if do a fraction of that. If I don't know how much what's it called? They're if they can tilt at all.
well, people are saying BNSF in chat. It's like no, like UP owns the Lincoln service tracks, or at least like I think co-owns them with the state, and it's like they do 110.
Yeah, in my training, they had to mention about Talgo speeds because some people were going to that division. So
Interesting.
Hmm.
So yeah, well, apparently the 2 sets of Talgos are the ones that are on the train that goes to Vancouver. So there's one Cascades train a day that goes up to Vancouver, and
DJ Pete's sake, we know the person who scrapped them.
yes,
I think there's 2 or 3 that go up from Seattle, but there's one that makes the run from Portland all the way up to Vancouver.
yes. Um, those are that train set is usually apparently the Talgos now, or at least I've been told, um, by very reliable Fomer sources. Seems to be. Because I guess it's like if you're going to suffer taking Amtrak into Canada, you might as well get the nice cars, I think is the justification.
Yeah, sitting on Horizons in Canada just does not sound like fun.
Yeah. Um,
Also, just recently, I think it was a couple days ago, but there was a giant grant given out for Cascadia high-speed rail. It was like
Ooh.
I think it was like 65 million for studying it
there's like
between
this
Vancouver and Portland.
there's like this boomer group that like I think they're related to the Solutionary Rail group.
$65 million to get from Vancouver, Washington to no.
Yeah. There was like the boomer group or related to the Solutionary Rail group that's like arguing that they shouldn't do high speed rail and they just upgrade the current like corridor to like all double track, all 110 or 125 or something like that. And it's like I can kind of see where they're coming from, but at the same time it's like there are some aspects like this corner here in Seattle where you just need to redesign this bullshit.
Some of that you're fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, because it doesn't matter as much because you're coming down to go slow to like a station anyways.
But like this is pretty straight for the most part. Like there's curves like this once in a while, but for the most part, this is a pretty straight right of way and pretty flat. And when I was on board the train, it was like pretty obvious that like we could probably be going faster. But
Oh, definitely. I
Yeah.
mean,
The big problem is that, like, once you get a little bit faster than what you're doing there, you just need another track because you're just not compatible with like the traffic
Freight.
flow anymore. So
Yeah.
pretty much.
like
It's-
you could get
it's-
away with that on the Transcon where like, everything's going pretty fast, but
Well, that's why it's 90 on the Transcon, right?
yeah, well that and they had the legacy cab signal system, the automatic train stop. So
Makes sense.
yeah.
Let me see.
That's because
picture-
Santa Fe was based, and I'm not biased at all in this.
Well, they're the one of the 2 that did it, so
there is one really big point that probably does need to be fixed as well too. Right there, the Columbia River Bridge is still a lift bridge as well, which is not great
don't
if you're
know how
trying
you
to run
fix
frequent
that
service.
one.
Yeah, that's kind of a hard one to fix, but
is that the one over Portland to Vancouver?
yeah, so it's the one that's
Okay.
closer to Vancouver.
I mean, like I don't think that's too bad.
Wait,
'cause
that
it's-
one's still a lift bridge?
Yes, that is still a lift bridge.
All right, at that point,
Oh, it looks like
you
a
just
rotator.
get
or-
a separate bridge for passenger
Right,
service, but that's pissing away $1 billion.
Yeah.
Oh, are you talking about
At
the one
least.
this one?
Like if you do real high speed
Oh, yeah, this one's the lift
you're
bridge.
you're straight up building a new crossing for that.
Um,
There's no way you could justify using the old crossing and like having like a lift bridge on a real like 220 or 200 mile an hour high speed rail line.
Yeah.
The only thing that I'll say is like that's not, in my opinion, too important because like you are leaving Portland, going across the bridge, and the Vancouver stop is right there. Glenda, get down. My cat's
I
being
just know
annoying.
that like it's very disruptive to freight traffic already there.
Yeah.
So,
Oh well, you can kind of tell this is where
And
the yard lead is basically. So
and both those rivers are huge for just traffic, boat traffic.
like a lot of freight traffic will actually cross way further east on the Columbia because you just don't have to deal with the like boat traffic.
where is the
So like,
next crossing?
the next
Oh,
crossing
it's
is
down
like when I
here.
say way further east, I mean way further east.
It's this whatever.
Yeah.
Which is also a lift bridge. It
Yeah,
has a
there
cool
are
Y.
canals. There is a canal system all the way into Idaho.
Yeah, there's
So
there's
barges
ports that
can
you
go all the way there. So technically, if you want to be the actually, yes, it does have access to the ocean. So Idaho's not landlocked. I love arguing that whole thing. Like Duluth's not landlocked. They have a celebration for when the first like ocean going ship comes every like winter,
Oh,
like when
that's
the
funny.
ice finally breaks up. So like, and it pisses off people online. It's great.
Well, what's the one that always gets me is I still forget uh, you can go from Burlington, Vermont to Ithaca, New York by boat,
yeah.
which is so goofy. And there's a bunch of stuff like that. But so I don't know. The Cascades was cool. This was Portland Union's neat. Okay, me and Ethan were trying to figure this out, and I didn't look into it much. Is this a Great Northern Station, or who built this? Do you know?
I
Started looking it up. I couldn't quite figure it
wasn't
out.
like a proper Union station, not a.
I think it
specific-
might have been a proper Union station, but
Someone
Because
says Great
SP,
Northern.
Great Northern, SPNS, and Northern Pacific, and I think UP went there all at the same time.
Someone says SPS. So let's see. But yeah, I got the most, instead of getting a Talgo, I got the most beat the fuck Genesis with Horizons, which like I don't hate Horizons too much because at least they have the Amfleet seats in them, so they are nice in that aspect.
But they got the bunker slit windows.
yeah, they do.
Could be worse. Here's
Oh,
the
you
train.
saw? I think that's what is that? The St.
the
John's
Connie?
Bridge?
Yeah, well,
Ooh, a Lockheed Constellation.
Yeah, that's at the Boeing Museum.
I took this picture because I was like thinking, I was like, this looks a lot like the Tacoma Narrows Bridge. And I
That
was
is
like,
the St. John's Bridge.
yeah, and I was like, wait, I'm in Portland. This is not the Tacoma Narrows Bridge.
We are not far from it though, and it's
No,
like
you're
similar
not.
era.
Yeah, it's very of the era.
That's probably the most iconic bridge in Portland, to be honest.
Yeah, I was doing some plane foaming from the train. Got the Constellation.
And it's in TWA livery.
Oh no, that's Trans Canadian.
Oh, really? Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So, but not Canadian Pacific, which also had an airline.
Oh, their like jet airliner multi-mark scheme was so cool on the
on the plane.
the
Yeah.
CP Air ones.
Yeah, and these are this is so funny because it's like the nice Amtrak train and then my fucker that pulled up, like the most beat up Genesis of all time.
I was foaming your train pulling out, Alan, and there was the southbound from Seattle pulling in at the exact same time. So I got them coming in right at the same time on video.
Yeah, well we pulled out slowly because we had to wait for that to clear the interlocking. So yeah. Also, someone says, "Is that climate in transit in chat?"
Quite possibly.
Yes.
Okay, from what I can find, Union Station in Portland was built by Northern Pacific, and then it became a proper Union Station as other railroads reached Portland.
How nice.
Interesting.
How nice that they shared.
I would not.
I know Northern Pacific and Union Pacific had like weirdly good relations on and off at one point.
I thought Northern Pacific was like broke, or am I like?
No, they were never broke. They were all the hill lines were all basically running like the pseudo Burlington Northern like over like 70 years before they were actually allowed to.
Oh, okay.
They were always like, I mean, okay, they were doing good, but they never made the gangbusters that they were expecting to because the Panama Canal kind of kneecapped a lot of their freight traffic.
Oh, that makes sense.
Because they were supposed to be the land bridge, and then the Panama Canal happened, and it's like, okay, yeah, you could just ship that through the canal.
This is true, as
This
Michael
is what
says here.
really fucked Milwaukee Road.
This is true what Michael says here. Inland waterways are a thing. You can sail from West Virginia to Iowa. That is a funny
And
fact.
Oklahoma.
Yeah. Well, I guess is the West Virginia one? Do you have to go out to sea and then come back in, or is it, or can
No,
you
the
go?
West Virginia one, it's just the Mississippi River.
Yeah.
You can go down the Ohio.
Oh,
Or the
okay.
Monongahela, I think.
I think
Something.
it's Monongahela to Ohio to Mississippi and then up. Yeah.
That makes sense. And then someone
And then,
said,
And then you could probably take it all the way up to Montana from there on the Missouri.
and I think you can go to Oklahoma both via the Red River and some canals and stuff to Tulsa, I think. No, not Tulsa. Maybe not Tulsa all the way, but oh no, you could definitely go to Tulsa. Yeah, they have. Yeah, you can go all the way to Tulsa, which is kind of wild.
I love the fact how many people just retire, get a nice boat, and just sail a loop around the Midwest and East Coast of waterways.
I was gonna play the Milwaukee Road sound effect, but I don't think I
The
have
Milwaukee Road.
The
it. Yeah, I was
Milwaukee
gonna-
Road.
Need to put that on our Discord. We do not have that in our soundboard.
Stop posting about the Milwaukee Road.
Yeah,
The Milwaukee Road.
just 2 more weeks away.
Just a week away. The Milwaukee Road.
Someone, Alex says, I'm wondering what train cars are going to replace the Comets. Maybe all various state agencies are going to end up following Amtrak's lead and going with. Going to be weird to see them go. Comets, the commuter agencies are different than like Amtrak, where like, yeah,
Has a
I mean,
commuter agency bought any ventures?
Yes, the coastline, the Connecticut coastline bought Alstom Concordias, I think they're called.
What
Which
the
is
hell are those?
hold on, let me find out.
Alstom still getting contracts in the U.S.?
Oh, isn't the Concordia one confusing because it's like a family of vehicles, so it's like 50 different
Yes,
things.
Alstom,
So annoying.
Connecticut, shoreline
Okay,
cars.
fuck you, Alstrom. You can't be literally 50 different like coaches all with the same brand when they weren't even like designed by the same company.
Oh, these things, are they even in service yet?
No, they're not. I haven't even seen a picture of them yet. Like
Oh, those are
a
ugly.
real. They're not too bad.
I'm sure they'll be on time for Metro.
It's what I
Oh,
don't
no,
like
the-
is
the
like
Metro
that they're like
ones-
cubized at the front, which like Metra is
Hey.
also buying Concordias, right? But they're a totally different type of
Yeah, they're
Concordia.
No,
bi-level
they're
Concordia.
bi-levels. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're like another bespoke Concordia that is just totally different from everything else.
Also,
What a
I love.
stupid branding. I hate
Also,
that.
French derogatory. That it's in euros, even though it's a U.S. contract. But they pay approximately 250. Yes, because you were paid $350 million because it was a U.S. contract. French fuckers, like.
I mean, it's Alstrom's website. Yeah, I
They
can't
spent
get
half the
mad.
money on wine and cigarettes.
Look, if Bud was still around and they got a European contract, I would love to see. You know, I would expect to see it in USD. You know, can you really
Why are
be
they
mad at them?
flexing that?
Why are they?
Why are
Why
they
is this?
flexing that?
Why would you put this on the page?
Okay, but like, the random average person just doesn't know.
I
They don't
don't
know
think
yet.
I don't think the average person is looking at a rolling stock manufacturer webpage.
Okay, average
But-
like LinkedIn user who's like, oh, let me look at the Alstrom website for like job hunting or something, who has no clue
Yeah.
what they're like about to fall into.
Also, I love that since they absorbed Bombardier, they got all the monorail stuff too now.
Oh yeah.
That's very funny. And the People Mover, because Bombardier did a bunch of People Mover shit. That's so funny.
That whole weird like new branding paint scheme is so
The new Amtrak one or theirs?
no theirs on their like all their like, renders from like what it was like a year ago they did all these
It's because the French
just ugly.
It's because when the French graphic design stopped being good once computers started existing.
Oh no, they stopped being good when the Cold War ended.
No, it was starting to fall apart before
The TGV, coexisted with the computer.
Yes, but it was also the graphic design for it was designed beforehand.
Okay, all right, I'll
So
give you that one.
that's my argument.
The TGV Atlantique isn't that bad.
Also, like,
It's not as good, but not bad.
in my
they're so
opinion,
ugly. The Onwego ones.
it was just like, in my opinion, Europeans cannot design good-looking trains anymore. Like,
That looks okay.
In my opinion, the Avelia is like pretty decent looking.
That
and
one's
I think,
for Sweden, right? Oh yeah, that one looks okay.
well,
My
the
problem is
Avelia,
they have no,
yeah.
they have no
Right.
idea how to seat design. No
Yes.
European company has any idea how to design a good
Well,
seat for an American.
it's because all Europeans think they must suffer. They cannot have anything plush. That is too lush for. You cannot have excess padding. That means that you need to have austerity seating. You cannot have excess padding. That means you're spending too much money.
They only made 10 DMUs, but Colorado Railcar really went all out on those seats.
Those
no,
those
you
fuckers
have to
split.
find the photo where it's like half of them are like,
It's like
lazy,
lazy
boys,
boys,
and the
yeah.
other
Yeah.
half of you are fuck you, you poor piece of shit. Get the fuck off my train as soon as you get to the station seats. Like they're such just like, it's such an atrocious, like a jarring contrast of
Here,
like
wait.
the least comfortable fabric like coil spring seats you've ever seen.
Yeah, no,
versus,
here
like,
you go.
a
Here's
really good night's sleep. Like, I think it's the one on the right. Yeah, it's the one.
Yeah, it's
you
this
see
one
from the
right here.
background?
Yeah, you can see like fucking lazy boys and like transit seats in the back. It's like, fuck you.
That is the highest resolution image I've ever seen of this.
Well, this is a very like boomer early 2000 or late 2000s.
So it's in
website.
2005. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, those seats look amazing. It looks like I could fall asleep on those seats. The ones behind it, you're getting like back pain after like 30 minutes.
Rylan, did you know the seats on the Colorado rail cars for Wes actually recline?
Really?
That fucks
Yes.
so hard.
Yes,
love.
they recline.
Oh my god, we need more American rolling stock
Return.
manufacturers. Oh my
Now,
god.
yes, it would be absolutely awful for transit. Like, those recliners are gonna get obliterated in like a month, but it'd be so cool.
Oh, it's
Just never question what the recliner repair budget is. It might be a couple $1 million a year. Just don't think about it.
We're Americans. We're
like-
heavier
Yeah.
set. We need a good seat.
yes, the fucking booths here, like it's like
Oh yeah,
I-
this is like you're at the fucking like TGI Fridays, like
yeah. I oh man, it's like the thing is, it's just like, oh man,
You've got
this was
business class seats right next
How much
to
do
the
you
LA
gotta pay
Metro
for like the
light rail
Cheesecake
seats.
Factory seats?
I know, it's like this was the most boomer rolling stock company, and that's in the best ways and worst ways possible.
And then
I'm
like the
saying that.
Caltrain cars are like new in that photo too, like on
Yeah.
the platforms.
Oh yeah.
It's a shame they never actually got to run those at 125.
Oh yeah. So I guess image just not
I
existing.
love TrainWeb. Such a like. This is like
What a
the
throwback.
stuff- the
Oh, look at the
website I was
fucking-
like digging
look at the
around
fucking-
on when I was like 9.
Look at the fucking TV. It's just a TV sitting on the dash. Like, I guarantee that's like a normal TV. They just bolted to the dash. Like, there was no
Oh, yeah.
like thought. Yeah.
Why would you? I don't know. It's probably like a Sony or something too, or like a Panasonic.
It looks like a Panasonic logo.
Yeah.
That's so funny. Yeah, it's like this was pretty much the last mainline rolling stock company that actually made like passenger stuff. Because like technically Brookville still exists, but they only do engines, and they only do like light rail vehicles. They don't do anything else.
Specifically streetcars.
Streetcars and streetcar rebuilds for like old stuff.
Yeah. They don't make anything faster than 25 miles an hour.
I think the Liberty is technically rated for 35 or 40, but like yeah, they don't go.
It's quite fast for them.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
I've never seen. I don't think any of them are operated at faster than 25.
yeah. Well, they also don't really like. They're running on normal city streets, so it's like you can't really do well.
Yeah.
I say that, but then SEPTA operators I've seen hit 40 and 25. So like,
We'll see how bold the TriMet
SEPTA's a different world compared to like, you know, you can get away with that whenever you have the little like rod, you press the switch button for like I don't know.
Oh, yeah, in the
After
tunnel.
having to visit and see SEPTA, it's just such a goofy operation.
It's the last dudes rock transit agency in the country.
What you can get away with when you've just been doing it for 100 years and like
Yeah.
no one can question it.
Oh, it is truly the last dudes rock agency. I don't think there's another agency that gets away with as much shit as they do.
A cyber truckified Skoda.
Oh no.
But someone was this.
Someone's described a Brookville Liberty as a cyber truckified Skoda.
Kind of.
Okay, what does the Liberty look like?
It's just a pretty
it's
normal
a brick.
looking.
It's a
Yeah.
brick.
Okay,
Someone
I
says,
could like a good brick, but
well, let's see. Pontiac Aztec guys.
calling it as like a Cybertruck that's mean. That's
Yeah,
just
that
mean.
is.
It's not quite that. I would say it's like a
God, I see too many of those every day now. Like it's bad now.
Yeah.
I would say I'm trying to think of like a car equivalent to. It's like comparing like what would it be? It would be like comparing like some European beautiful car to the like GM 2000s equivalent that was trying to look like it. That's essentially what it is.
Yeah.
What does this guy say? French design failed when Mitterrand left office and designers could no longer wax for thousands of hours on philosophy because of austerity. Yeah.
So true.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's divert all funds to fuck, what's the prime minister?
Macron.
Yeah, divert all funds to the mistress fund for Macron and none for the graphic design department. Divert all funds to dating teachers I went to school with. That is the craziest fact about that man.
Oh yeah.
That is the most. He is the most one of the most French men, so I understand why he got the prime minister spot.
Apparently he's the president. Prime minister is a guy named Francois.
Oh, okay. Which is confusing that they have two. They have the president and prime minister. Usually European countries don't have a president.
Or it's just like it's different, so you never like it's the role they play is so mild you just never hear about them.
Yeah, pretty much. Also, when I was in Seattle, did some foaming, of course.
Hell yeah.
And it's funny to me to see BNSF stuff because like I never see BNSF stuff. The only time you see them is when they're on a unit train, like a crude train.
Oh,
coming
you're
from...
like in BNSF like home turf. Like there's
yeah.
barely anything
that's
else
their
here.
Like where's
the belly of the beast for BNSF.
Where I got the garbage train, which is hauled by 2 jeeps, and then yeah, you got your garbage.
Oh, it's a Jeep 30 too.
Wait, it was?
That was a Jeep 30.
Oh, the front unit. Yeah, it has the
Yeah, that's
howling.
like that's the first turbocharged yeah, it is.
Also, the best looking Jeep in my opinion because it has the styling.
It's a good looking Jeep.
Yeah.
Remember correctly, those are the first turbocharged 4-axle units that EMD sold.
That would make sense.
Because that's when they finally broke above like what? Because they were stuck at like 24, 25.
Well, that was 3,000 horsepower, right? That
was
was
3,000. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rio Grande really liked them because they worked very well in the high altitude.
Yeah, but it's a
Because
trash
they're
train.
turbocharged.
It's very funny that they like. I don't see this in the East. Usually, trash trains are the dumpsters on flat cars. It's very funny that they put them in well cars here.
Oh, they double stack them too. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't record long enough, but the end of this train, they actually had some double stacked dumpsters.
You ever looked at the other end of the operation where they actually like cross load them onto trucks and they take them to the dump?
No, I haven't.
There's like 2 locations along the Columbia where they do it.
Let me see. I'm going through my pictures here of like stuff. Oh, of course, I did a ton of trolley bus foaming because Seattle has the second biggest system in the country. And they're just everywhere. They are legitimately like all over the city. Like you cannot really go far without running into trolley buses. And here's your light rail, which it's so goofy that they run like 3 or 4 train sets like together. Like it's a metro. In any other place, it would be a metro, because it just holds a stupid amount of people.
There's a stupid amount of people that ride it too.
Yeah. Also, beautiful, beautiful wires. Like I love trolley bus tram interactions like this. This is crazy. I fucking love
Oh my
this.
god, biblically
my God.
accurate catenary.
Yeah.
Be not afraid, catenary.
Like I was very much like I would probably be one of the only people that have walked by this spot and taken a picture of the catenary.
I know a few people in Seattle who aren't. Who I would not describe as foamers who've taken like an interest in the wire and stuff.
Yeah.
Like there's one Instagram account I followed for a while that had like a really cool collection of shots from Moscow from before they took their wires down. Because like Moscow used to have the biggest network in the world for trolley
Yeah.
buses.
Oh yeah, yeah. Why did they fucking that? It was like their mayor was like didn't like.
Yeah, and I think they
I
went to
don't know.
CNG because Russia petrostate moment.
Yeah.
What a great move.
Also, here is the monorail. The entire time I was writing this, I had the song, the like, what's the like, the song from The Incredibles where it's like "It's a Wonderful Life" or something. I forget that. Hold on, let me find this song.
Life's incredible.
Life's Incredible. That's it. Yeah, I'm gonna get copyright strike. I don't care. Life's Incredible again. Song. Yeah. That's what it was. That was the vision. And like, if you were in the 1960s, it made sense. It was like trains are old. We're gonna do the new thing. The new thing is the monorail, and I can ride this glass encapsulated thing through the city, and I can look out at everything while we're zooming along and going to our destination. Like, I get why they tried to catch on with this shit. And it's like being in Seattle, it clicked with me. It's like you're in the jet age. Everything's like getting faster and newer and more like sleek, modern looking. Of course, that there would be a different type of transit system. So it's like no wonder people were sold on this shit. And it is cool, like flying above like the whole section here. Even though this is like a 3-minute long ride or something like that.
So, funny thing, I did not know this, but my parents took a trip to Seattle probably about a month and a half ago now.
Yeah.
And my mom is like super extroverted and loves to talk to people. And my parents were the only two people on this monorail ride from Seattle Center down to Westlake.
Yeah.
And my mom literally asked the driver, "Can I sit shotgun with you?" And they
Yeah.
let her sit shotgun with her.
Well, there is
Oh hell yeah!
there is a foamer window right here in the front.
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah.
great.
And there, when I was riding it, there was like two little kids, probably, I don't know, they're probably like 6 and 8 or something like that. And they went and sat in the front, and the driver was like talking to them about like how everything worked. So it was kind of cool.
I bet that's a fun job.
Yeah.
gotta
Well,
be.
it probably gets a little boring. Because it's not that long of a
Oh no, the
track.
fun part's all like the interactions of people.
Oh
so.
yeah, definitely.
You get your steps in too. I mean, you get to walk from one end of the monorail to the other every single mile.
10,000 steps a day walking back and forth with my monorail.
But it's like the Space Needle is one of those buildings that like it looks in pictures and like in concept, it's an incredibly goofy building in concept. And then when you're there in person, you're like, I get it. This is neat. Like I think this is cool. Like it's definitely one of those. Because there's a bunch of buildings where I've seen in like pictures and stuff. I'm like that. I'm like, it's whatever. It's just an architect spank bank something something. But then you see it and you're like, oh, I get it. Like, it's that in the CN Tower, which I think the CN Tower is taller.
Oh yeah, see, I think it's like twice as tall as the Space Needle.
Oh, I don't think it's twice. It's probably maybe like 50% taller. The Space Needle looks cooler, in my opinion. but the CN Tower is
And
just more impressive.
I like
CN
both.
Tower is 1,815 feet.
Which apparently, yeah. How
And the
tall
Space
is?
Needle is 604 feet tall.
Oh
Ooh,
wow,
it's almost 3 times as tall.
wow. What the fuck? What? Okay, but that. How tall is the observation deck? Because that's the thing with the CN towers. They have the big spire on the top, so I guess that counts.
I think
Um,
the CN Tower is it's pretty up there. It's probably still at least twice as high up.
yeah. What? No, that would
Yeah,
make
it's at about
sense.
375 meters.
Which is
The
about
three tallest,
1,000.
the
Oh,
three
come on. You
tallest
know, it's like
spires.
divide it by 3 and
No,
give it
it's
like
about
5%.
12. It's about 1,100, 1,200 feet. So
Yeah.
that's about 300 feet taller than the Space Needle. Well, the Space Needle observation deck.
So, like the three tallest observation towers in North America are CN Tower, the Stratosphere, and the Space Needle.
The hell is a
Where's the
stratosphere?
Las
stratosphere?
Vegas.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's not real. It's
The
in
it's the
Vegas.
Lucky
Yeah,
38.
that's true. It's
yeah.
fake. Yeah. It's got a roller coaster at the top too.
Oh, that one. Okay.
All right, that's kind of cool. I guess I'll give them that.
You can
Even though it
bungee jump
probably
off it
costs
too.
like $10 billion to like ride.
Honestly, that's one of the cheaper rides. I think it's like $10 to ride it.
That's
You
not
can, like,
$10
yes,
for one
the rides
ride?
up top. Yes.
okay, but it's a roller coaster on top of a skyscraper. Like it's kind of that's kind of
True,
neat.
but like
Yeah.
you probably paid to get in already.
You do.
Yeah,
If it's an observation deck, they're gonna
I
get
guess
all of
that's
your
a better
money.
way to burn your money than it is to gamble.
this is true. When I stayed
There's
in
worse things to spend money on in Vegas.
when I stayed in Seattle, I stayed with a friend of mine, and she is a massive transit dork. So you all would like what her shower curtain is. Don't stay with your friends unless they have a Wamata shower curtain, which is so.
I'm sorry,
funny.
I only stay with my friends who have Houston Metro, transit maps.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised with some of your friends if they have like a furry shower curtain or something.
It'd probably be ironic.
Yeah. Well, how do you make it ironic?
Like you get like the fucking like late aughts, early 2010s like 3 wolf moon like thing or something like that. Like that's how it would be.
Okay, that would be pretty good. I would find that funny. Let me see.
Oh, it's so fucked up. I had a hoodie with that kind not 3 wolf moon, but something very similar on
I
it.
think it was either high school or like senior year of high school. I had the one with the grumpy cat looking at the moon, which is that one's aged well.
That is
that
that's so Reddit. I'm sorry.
well, it was no, you know where I got it at. It's the least Reddit place, but with some Reddit very Reddit shirts, which is the Jersey Shore boardwalk like t-shirt shops. Which
That has the most Facebook boomer shirts, actually.
it does. They just have everything. They just have the most insane shirts of all time in those stores. They don't care, which is they literally are. They're like the libertarian that will sell to both like the pride flag people and the Nazi. Like they'll have everything. like the t-shirt shops in like Wildwood and Ocean City would they just go nuts. Someone asked if I rode the slut. I did, which is South Lake Union Trolley. Here's me and my friend Allie on that, which I posted this picture to Twitter a while ago. So some of you, or Twitter and Blue Sky, so some of you have seen this. But it's not bad. It's just not, it doesn't go far. So it's like, if they just extended it down the one road, it would be fine. But
Which one is this one?
this is the slut, the South Lake
Oh.
Union Trolley. It's if you're looking at a map here. Wait, I'll just pull it up. Let me go back to Google Maps. Come on. Can't believe you can ride the slut and see. Yes, you can. The Seattle Council doesn't give a shit about transit. Yeah, I know. They're apparent. I have definitely some urbanist friends that are definitely frustrated up there with them. Here, let me
Okay,
see
but
here.
Seattle urbanists are like the most easily frustrated urbanists west of the Mississippi.
You
Like,
can kind of continue it down to Portland too.
Yeah.
The
So-
PNW is just
Well, it's funny because it's like Seattle has built a shit ton of stuff recently. It's like I can't even imagine like SEPTA building that amount of stuff, and everything's like that's the thing. Every time I visit like a West Coast city or like something like Denver or something, it's like it's the fact that everything is new and everything is like upkept and whatnot. And I'm used to like Northeast fuckery where everything is old as fuck and like a lot of stuff just falling apart because it's just like it works fine, but it's just it looks like shit because we haven't made like it hasn't gotten a decent amount of money in a long time. And it's like the entropy just doesn't exist there in a lot of these new places. Seattle a little bit. There is like some older stuff that's like sprinkled throughout the city, which is kind of cool. But to answer someone's question, it's like someone says a woman who's a transit nerd. Yes, there's many of them actually.
Hi.
Yes, but also they don't want to talk to us usually because we're so annoying about it. So understandably. But yeah, the monorail is just this little short thing, has 2 stops, and then there's this purple thing, which is the South Lake Union trolley here. So that's the that streetcar thing that I took the picture on, and like it's a little goofy.
Oh, that kind of reminds me of the M line in Dallas.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
honestly, if it
I
was
think it's really fun, actually.
if it was extended down Fairview Ave here, just like down up into maybe like this neighborhood, like North Broadway area, like that would be fine. Like it would be so much more useful than it is in its current state. But like for now, it literally like there were some like interviews where some people were asked like why did they ride it, and like there's a person that like lives in this neighborhood and they ride it like to the Whole Foods or something, and they get their groceries and that's it. And yeah, you can kind of see like at least here on this street, it's like center running, and it has like center platforms, whatnot. So it's like the infrastructure for it's not bad. I mean, God, I wish we had this like kind of stuff for SEPTA. Like that's the thing about like West Coast cities that always amaze me is they have like really cool and nice infrastructure, and then they just don't expand it, or they just don't run good service on it. Where SEPTA will have like literally the station is a bus stop.
and there's a trolley every 5 minutes.
Yeah, and there's a trolley every 5 to 10 minutes, and it's the
Trolley
it's,
that takes off at the speed comparable to a sports car.
and then
It's
the
in
driver.
a hole that's been collapsing for the past 40 years.
Yeah, and then the driver will tailgate cars in the 10-ton trolley. Like it's very goofy. Who messed?
Yeah,
Someone?
it's kind of like I mean we're doing a little bit better in Portland with the streetcars just because they're a little bit longer in terms of routes, but they do have very similar problems of just bunching
Yeah.
absolutely killing them because they also only run 15-minute frequencies, which is pretty terrible.
So the thing I didn't realize about Seattle is there's 2 shitfuck streetcars.
Yep.
There's the slut, and then there's the slightly more useful one, which is the
First Hill.
the First Hill streetcar. But it also does this goofy odd deviation, because apparently there's a hill here, I guess the First Hill or whatever, and
Pretty
it has to go around it, which like I don't know. I feel like there could have been a better way to do this. But
Alan, you want another funny one?
what?
Look at the one in Tacoma.
Oh, that one. That's a good example of that money should have gone elsewhere. Like, but this one's funny because like the First Hill streetcar like ends in Capitol Hill, and it ends in like a very goofy way. It sidelines itself on the sidewalk, like it pulls out from its like center running, and then it goes over here, and it kind of just stores itself next to the sidewalk, and it's so goofy. These are Brookville Liberties, right?
No, those look like Skodas.
Those are the Skodas. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
those
guess
are
that's.
Skodas.
I guess the Skodas came before the Brookvilles were a
The
thing.
Brookvilles are a tiny bit more angular.
Yeah.
If you look in like Tempe or
They got a bigger
think-
chin.
I think it's the M line in it's one of the Dallas streetcars. Sure Brylan knows it. What are the other ones that run Brookvilles? Oh, Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma
another funny
City.
one.
I think
Dallas has one.
Tucson. I think, or not Tucson. Yeah, no, Tucson.
I thought Tucson was using the Skodas, but I could be mistaken.
Which one? Well, there's one down there that uses the battery section. Do the Skodas have batteries to
So
do?
the Tempe streetcar uses the battery sections. Yeah.
Okay. Because that definitely has Liberties in it. Because any of the ones that are like off wire are usually the Liberties now.
That's the reason why TriMet is switching, or Peabot is switching over to the Brookvilles, is because they're building an off-wire segment extension. Not my favorite.
Yeah. Oh, so it's very so mountains don't really affect me the way that sort of people that move to this region do, because like I look at them and I'm like, oh, they're cool. Like I'm not really like super, like I'm like, oh, that's a cool background thing, but I'm like not like I need to live near the mountain like type person. But when I was like riding, it was like really early in the morning, and I was taking the light rail down to the airport, and we round this curve here and come across this bridge, and I look over past the highway, and you can see the mountain coming out of Mount Rainier coming out of the clouds, and I was like, this is a cool street. This is a cool light rail ride. I was like, it's like not often can I be like, wow, mountain from a light rail vehicle. But yeah, so that's a very like what's the term? That's a very very like not niche, but very just fun thing to experience for me that I don't usually like care about or see.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's nice. I had to go out to Clackamas on TriMet today, and it was a clear day, so I got to see Mount St. Helens and Mount Hood, and it's just, I don't know, it does something mentally to me. I don't know. Good.
Yeah. I can ponder. I get to ponder out the window.
I get to ponder the snow-capped mountain.
I get to ponder at the big thing in the distance, and it allures me like a siren.
This is true.
That's how Denver gets you.
Slowly, the inner white person comes out. It's like, I must go to REI. I must buy the Merrills. I must buy the trail running pack. I must go to the mountain.
Arc'teryx jackets.
The Arc'teryx jacket calls to every Pacific Northwest person, like the Green Goblin mask.
What's the
Coward.
We have a new trail to conquer.
What's the
You must buy a Toyota Tacoma.
Van life.
And van, you've been
looking at
thinking
Sprinter.
about, look at eBay.
Looking at Sprinter vans, twitching like.
Maybe a
The
Ford
Walmart.
Transit will cut it.
It's
The mountain view from the Walmart parking lot.
it. No, it's what is it? The Costco ones that you see all the time that people post about, or
Working remote Amazon as I take my fucking Ford Transit van across the Cascades or some bullshit.
someone says van life because you can't afford housing. I disagree with that, because I think
Those are the people they're copying from like 10
Yes.
years ago.
So 80% of van life people are just buying a $60,000 Sprinter that's kitted out, and then spending an absurd amount of money to drive it across the country everywhere. There is the small, like 10% or 15, 20% of people that legitimately do know how to live cheaply in a vehicle that's kind of, they've kind of DIY kitted out. But for the most part, it's like a decent amount of the van life people are just, they don't want something as big as an RV so they can go places where an RV can't, but essentially want the RV sort of lifestyle. So it's an interesting dynamic, I think. But it is funny. It is funny going to the West Coast and being like, you rarely see them here on the East Coast. You see like once in a while in a city, you'll see them parked, and like street parking that's like someone's like visiting someone or something, or maybe someone like owns one, but they're very rare. But then when you go to West Coast cities or like, oh my God, when I rode the Zephyr and we went over Donner Pass and we went through Truckee, Oh my god! Like every
Oh yeah.
every
yeah.
like sixth parking spot, I swear was like some version of like either a Sprinter van or like a kitted out like Overlander like Tacoma or Forerunner or something.
Right, Route
Yeah
66 in like New Mexico is like that too. You just see like all the like boomers doing their like sprinter van trip, and then like especially since you can just see them all along the Transcon there, and like
yeah
and then with the biker gangs and stuff, or not biker gangs, biker groups doing it too.
yeah.
They'd love to
Kinda
be a
like
gang, but they're like role playing.
it's kind of like how
they
it
they
is.
kiss each other at night.
Yeah, the South Park skit. Brr, 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 brr.
Yeah.
That'd make them
The,
cooler.
Well, no, I love sports bikes people because they always make fun of Harley riders, and they're always like Harley riders are secretly the most like gay riders of all time, but they like to act like they're like
They're
straight
either
tough
the
man.
gayest or
Yeah.
the straightest. There's no in between.
Or they're like if they're no, well that's the thing. They're all like straight like tough guy man wearing leather whatever, but it's just down internally they're compensating for something. Or a personality thing or something.
Or they're
But
actually just gay.
well that's what I mean. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
yeah.
So and then the sports bike people, they're
we
all
stan
just
our
goofy.
bear brothers.
Yeah. They're into leather. They just don't know it. They had to get that motorcycle jacket, and they're like, I like this jacket for some reason.
just a mild amount of denial.
What was it? Yeah, it was interesting. So actually, let me go back to Google Maps. So King Street Station, I was looking at it, and I didn't know this, is that there's King Street Station, and then like across the street is the old other building, which is Union Station or something.
Yeah.
I didn't know that, and apparently you can go inside, and this is what it looks like.
That's where the Milwaukee Road and Union Pacific went.
That's what I was thinking, but then what is King Street? Is that the Great Northern?
Yeah, Northern Pacific.
Okay. So I was
They
trying
are-
to figure... Yeah.
I was gonna say the security in that area is very anal about going into Union Station.
Why? Is it like...
The past couple of times I tried to get in there, I've been kicked out.
Okay, it's kind of like Reading Terminal, the upstairs part. It's like...
Interesting.
It's part of the convention center, so they're like, if you're not here for a convention center thing, then like, don't go in
No
here.
fun
Yep.
allowed.
Yeah.
No fun allowed.
Yeah.
You're on the West Coast.
But I assume, which I assume I didn't know, is that like the light rail comes in here, but I assume that this whole section where the light rail was also rail yard at one point. I'm assuming. And like if we go to Rail
where-
Guide, let's go to
A
Classic.
good chunk of it was. A lot of it was like freight houses and like all of the like integration for that.
Well, I guess Rail Guide doesn't really show.
I mean, you could just go to historic aerials
True.
and you
yeah.
can see
Yeah.
a lot of it too.
But it's also like I think there is a few spots in in and around you can still see where catenary stuff was at one point.
I think a good chunk of the Milwaukee Road stuff there was under a structure.
Well, it was because it was well, is that Union in the back of this picture? No.
No, that's
Oh no, that's
Street.
King Street. So this was a rail yard where the light rail is. So I guess the Milwaukee section that was electrified is where the light rail is now. So yeah, because that's not King Street. That's a different building, right? No, or like EP2 return.
In the ugliest paint scheme possible.
Oh no, that was the good paint scheme of the EP2.
No, not the Union Pacific one.
No, that's the orange. It's just very like bloomed out, bright.
No, that's in Union Pacific paint. Whenever they so when Rock Island's track got too bad.
That is not in UP paint. That is definitely.
Oh, no, go back. Oh no, the first one you were looking at. My bad.
Okay. Oh yeah, no, the box cabs were. Yeah, these were in the UP paint, which is
Ugh.
boo.
How many axles could we have on that thing?
Well, that was
It's
Electric's.
so sad when they got like reworked by the what was it, the shops in either in Milwaukee. They got fucked up because they didn't do them in the shops that specialized in the electrics.
Yeah. Let's see, where is... But yeah, it's... Did you take Sounder? No, I didn't have enough time to take it. It's also, since they're not running their good schedule yet, I can't really take it there and back without being... Because I was staying in Seattle. It would be easier if I was staying in the suburbs. But downtown Seattle, it's kind of hard to reverse take Sounder at the moment.
Okay,
I
so
love commuter rail.
I'm gonna snip a like screenshot from Historic Arrows, but you could see how Union Station was still kind of in a train pit. I'll put it in the call chat.
Yeah, and then I'll bring it up. Let me see.
So you can see that street that like crosses at an angle was actually still there. Like, and this is
Okay.
1936.
That makes sense. Okay. And so Union is up
Which makes
here,
sense
and then-
where they got the photo from. And
Yeah.
oh, and like one of those pictures you're looking at, there, you can kind of see the bridge overhanging where the train
Excuse me.
was.
It makes sense. But the thing, there's another good picture of like, oh, fantastic picture actually. Wait, where'd that one go? Because that was, where was that picture? Boo, ripping up the. Where did that picture go? I want to see also where that was. Why did that disappear? Here, open that up. Thank you. Yeah, the fucking station wagons and Jeep Wagoneer next to the... fantastic. This must have been near the end. This must have been like 71 or something.
Because they pulled the wire out in that part first.
But like...
The
return.
Montana area was the section that lost wire last.
This is Minnesota station?
Missoula?
Missoula, okay. Yeah, where is that?
That's
Montana?
the capital of Montana.
Oh,
right?
okay.
I think Billings is the capital of Montana, but Missoula is one of the bigger cities.
I think Missoula is the biggest city.
It's funny that this was the big city station. I guess.
We say big city, but Montana has
Yeah.
like 15 people living there still.
Yeah.
Hey, there's I think it's like 200,000 or something. It's not nothing.
Oh, this is what I was looking for. This is like, oh, why is this on? No, go away. This is the like approach to Seattle. Like this is what it used to look like.
Oh, never mind. Missoula's only 77,000. I thought it was more.
Yeah, that's double my hometown Glassboro, which is dinky. Yeah, no, this is so cool because this is like the approach. The approach to Seattle used to look like this with overhead catenary. Like it's like so cool.
Return.
Yeah. And there's more pictures of like that of the approach, and like I found there was like a street
That's
running.
street running too. That is street running there.
That is the street running.
That is one of them. I think there's more than one.
No, I
street
think that's
running
just
spot.
that's just a platform. I think that's just a train platform or a passenger platform because there's your station right there. It's Denton, Washington, I assume. Hold up. Where is Denton, Washington? Where is?
Maybe Montana.
Oh, yeah, Denton, Montana. Okay, maybe that isn't. Oh yeah, I guess that station is still there. It's not in 3D though. Let me see.
Yeah, Denton, Montana looks like all 12 people are living happily.
Huh. I don't know if that station building's still there. Also, I'm amazed that the tracks are still there. Most of the Milwaukee stuff is all ripped up. People demand this. This is TGZ synthwave too. I will get to another music mix at some point.
That is actually how I found. I still think it's funny. That's how I found your channel, was the TGV video.
Well, it's funny that like there's a funny amount of large creators that have commented on that video. Yeah,
It's
this is not
it's
Montana.
still
This,
the best like TGV synthwave video because a lot of them are pretty mid.
well, they're all mid and they're all like they're trying too hard. You know what I
Yeah, they're
mean?
either trying too hard with the visuals and the music's good, or like they get one factor wrong.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is a lot of people that make that kind of stuff like they get the vibes and they get like sort of the idea, but they don't understand trains, so then they fuck up the reason why it's cool.
Or they
That's what
just
I
have awful music tastes.
that yeah.
It's
Yeah.
it's one of those. It's one or
Yeah.
the other.
Yeah, like here's your approach to South Seattle. Like so cool.
It's so funny to me that those things' original top speed was like 25, and the like
The box
Milwaukee.
caps?
Yeah, those ones. No, that's an EP. No, yeah, that is a box cab.
It's an EP3, I think, right?
No, that's an EF whatever.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't remember the number, but
Oh, someone we read that station wrong. It's Renton, Washington.
yeah, Renton.
Okay.
The box cabs had a really low top speed originally, and they were eventually like modified to go faster.
Yeah, the Milwaukee stuff went surprisingly fast. I actually want to find where that station is. It might still exist. Where is
Oh, Isaac, you
Hey,
know the thing I
Isaac.
kick myself for is, I was old enough that I could have probably had gone and seen the last Texas Electric operations in East Texas before they got rid of them in like 2011.
Oh, the fucking street running is still there.
Yeah, it is.
Oh.
And then like the
Oh.
funny S curve bridge too, where they like double tracked it. They actually replaced the old bridge.
Wonder what rail
And
fanning the
Sounder
Milwaukee.
runs over it.
Oh, okay. But so Isaac says, I wonder what rail fanning the Milwaukee Road would have been like. I'm the guy famous for Desert Power Railway, and I yearn for the yes. I do need to go out there and visit that event. Actually, there's a chance I might be in Nevada in March, but I'll be on the other side. Which, if I really wanted to go see the the Desert Power stuff, I could do it, but that would mean driving across Nevada and Utah. So
If you're gonna be in Reno, the California Zephyr is always a good option. If you
this
like,
is true. Well, actually, like, honestly, if I would be in Reno, like going eventually to Salt Lake City and just staying a day or two there would be interesting, and then flying back. Actually, flying out of Salt Lake City would probably be cheaper than flying out of Reno.
oh, 100%.
Yeah. Interesting.
Taking the California Zephyr to save a buck on airlines.
I mean, I've done that in other Amtrak rides, so
Getting
It's
to
not-
see another shitty streetcar, Sugar
Yeah.
Hill streetcar. Let's go.
Hell yeah! Well, that one is an interurban at one point, right?
It was a branch line of the Rio Grande, I believe.
No, I
wait,
thought it was a proper interurban.
Where the fuck was the rent in Milwaukee? No way. It would be really funny if it's a Burger King now.
Oh no! Don't make it Burger King.
Where
Like at
is-
least like anything but Burger King.
I'm trying to figure out where the Renton station was for the Milwaukee Road.
think
It's the visitor center, I think.
Yeah, I think
That makes
it
sense.
survived
Oh yeah, I think it's the visitor center now.
because the
Let me see.
Milwaukee collapsed whenever preservation movement was like in full swing. So
Oh, they better not have recladded it in like vinyl siding.
that would be tragic.
It looks like they might have. Let me see if that's the same building.
Oh no!
Let me Renton, Washington, Milwaukee Road.
Oh, Pontiac, 2006 Pontiac Aztec. I'm very jealous. You got to see Texas Electric running.
Is that
I
the
was
one-
a kid whenever it stopped. Like I was like a teenager when it stopped operating.
Was that the
electric.
power plant one?
Yes, the TXU one.
Yeah, with the
They converted to Powder River coal or more to Powder River coal, so they just
Those
stopped.
had the E25s, I think.
the E25Bs, and then they got a couple NDM E60s Cs.
Okay. Oh, this is so fucking cool.
Yeah, it is.
This is so
Oh, wow.
cool. Like the
I also love,
catenary.
like the art school like store like wall art and stuff.
Oh, look at the picture I found. This is so cool. Like,
I've seen all these photos before because I'm a Milwaukee derogatory foamer, but
yeah, it's so cool. And the catenary still there. That there's got to be more catenary pictures somewhere, because like there is some of
they're
them, but there's
annoyingly hard to find.
well, it's because like it's back in the day, it wasn't seen as like a really unusual thing, and it was only until they were about to disappear did people start taking pictures. And
And it
all,
was always second fiddle to BN.
yeah,
So
it's so cool. Um, let's see, why is it on a London Rail UK site? Oh, they have literally like a. I love Europeans that like American like history shit. I they are my favorite.
I think the
They're
Germans have like really good archives of some electric stuff in the US. Like I think I can't remember who. I think it was for like some New Haven stuff. They had
what are
some
these
really
box
good.
cabs? I've never seen these. It was like streamlined.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, no, those are the other ones that the electric shop like the when they did a rebuild, they got fucked up.
Huh.
They got fucked up first, so they went out of service before the bipolars, which were older, which is funny.
Yeah. Also, you guys keep talking. I'm gonna go grab some water real quick. Be right back.
Yeah, no, those things definitely do look interesting. Oh, a super chat just came in from Alex. You know, I just realized an incredibly goofy thing. Minnesota is replacing their Genesis with Chargers, meaning the NJ side. The NJ side still has F40s. That being said, I would pay money to see a Charger pull along alongside a GP40.
Oh yeah.
That'd be some real dudes rock moment.
They'll be on like GP40-4 whatever mountain vomit of letters to like that where they've been like EPA tier 5 compliant somehow before they retire them, I swear.
Oh man, it's gonna be ridiculous seeing everybody trying to get compliant with EPA regulations or California regulations if they hold in place.
Well, if they don't go to California, they won't care
Yeah,
probably, but
that's true, but you know, there's still a decent amount that go there, so we'll see. They meant Metro North. Oh yeah, that's true. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. Uh-huh. Yeah, no, Metro North is I need to go back to New York to be honest, because like I have not given it the kind of appreciation for foaming that it deserves.
you got to get the Jeremy Zoric tour.
That's true. I do need to get the Jeremy Zoric tour and
He's a good guide.
become a New York City subway understander and New York City regional rail understander. We got a lot of Milwaukee Road in the chat.
The Milwaukee Road.
The Milwaukee Road.
The archives are really fascinating to read and also depressing, but their
Yeah.
historical society did a really good has a pretty good collection of material of like primary source stuff.
Which historical society?
The Milwaukee Roads.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah,
They
I'm
have
sure
like
they're
a
probably
whole section, mountains of like PDFs if you want to ever go through them.
time to go scrolling. Yeah. It's I just can't believe that the
I mean, the
one
problem with the Milwaukee Road electrification is that it didn't actually like meet in the middle. That's why it wasn't like an advantageous like for operations.
it looks like California is redoing the FP59's Tier 4.
Oh my god.
I am back. Okay.
How old are those things at this point? They got to be what, 90s?
What are you talking about?
Apparently California's going to be redoing the F59s to Tier
Oh.
4.
I'm actually
thought
kind of
they were-
surprised by that.
I thought they were getting rid of them. Yeah. Also, what did Alex say here? If I realize the incredibly goofy thing that Montana, MN is
Metro
replacing
North.
Metro North is replacing the Genesis and with Chargers, while NJ still has F40s. It's mainly because like the NJ, so they don't need the dual. Well, they have different dual modes. They have overhead wires, and Siemens has not built an overhead wire locomotive yet. So they probably
Well,
will.
they did. ACSs.
No, a dual mode.
Oh, dual mode.
Not for the U.S.
Not for the U.S. yet. And then the other thing is that the NJ Transit maintenance department loves their old shit. There's a reason why the GP40s are still going strong. So. And then, yeah, the F59s. That's interesting. I wouldn't have thought they would have did that.
Yeah, everything I've heard about the D/DM units, they're rough.
They are kind of lemons, which is surprising because you would have thought that EMD would have done well in the 90s with those.
And they're like what, EPA tier 2.0 or?
I think they're 1.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it is kind of weird that they're lemons. I don't know enough about them to like. That's out of my territory of knowledge.
I think it's a mainly mechanical thing for the most part. So I'm not sure. Glenda,
Do they
stop.
have a second engine for the HEP, or is it?
I
like,
don't
off
think
of
so.
The prime mover.
That is a Fulmer question. I would not know.
That's what we need Jeremy for.
Yeah, Jeremy is the. Well, he's
New
done.
York understander.
He's done classes too. You just get him on. I'm not doing anything now. Speaking of Jeremy, here's
That's if you want to talk about New York for the next 3 hours. I mean,
yeah, it's in our trolley bus video. I think the main thing about like the Seattle network or whatever is the just the frequencies are pretty good, but the coverage of where the trolley buses go are cool because it's not like San Francisco it has a lot of trolley buses, but they're very densely packed all into like the city itself. And then once you go further out, there's not many trolley buses. In Seattle, they go everywhere, but they're not as densely. Like there's a core, but the core is like 1 or 2 streets, and then they go fan out into the burbs, which is kind of neat.
I'm just honestly impressed with Seattle's bus network in general because Rapid Ride is also pretty good too. And the Sound Transit commuter buses as well are interesting.
Well, someone asked earlier if I rode the FX2, what did we ride in Portland? Is the FX4?
We did hop on the FX2. So there's only one FX line at the moment. It's the FX2. It runs down Division up through downtown. Okay. They are currently working on a second FX line, which is scheduled to be open, I think, in 2027. It'll be running up 82nd Street. It's the busiest bus route in the city outside of downtown.
Okay, makes sense. That was also the thing that's goofy to me about Portland is there's only one line that has articulateds, and there's no other articulateds in Portland, which I guess it's still a like smaller city, but still.
You get to deal with a bunch of Gilligs.
Yeah.
Also, there is one other way that you can get on an articulated bus in Portland, and that's if you're going up to Vancouver, Washington, because their transit service, C-Tran, runs articulated new flyers.
Down to Portland.
Yep.
Interesting choice.
Yeah, it's a very interesting. I think it's just because demand, because that's the only route at the moment that goes between Vancouver and Portland, like direct. So it's like an express bus.
At least until the light rail is built.
Yeah, at least until that's built, when they decide to widen the Columbia River Bridge by 4 new lanes as well.
Yeah. Let's see. We're in so in Washington. In Seattle, I got to walk around cool neighborhood, actually wealthy neighborhood, I guess. So we got this up here, which is Queen Anne neighborhood, which is apparently where all like the mansions and shit are. At least the closer ones to downtown. I guess some of the other ones are over here and like, but in the Queen Anne neighborhood, there's a bunch of really really cool parks. And it's interesting to me seeing how much houses are on the West Coast because like let's see, what was the street that I walked down on? Because I remember some of the I have to remember some of the apartment buildings that I was seeing at the top of the hill. I think there was, yeah, because a lot of these streets reminded me of like Pittsburgh, where like you'd go up this like insanely steep grade that you can kind of see here, and at the end there would be a little staircase because like obviously the car couldn't get up the last little bit, or they didn't want to make the road last little bit. I think I walked down that street up there, or no? Oh, that's where the park was. I went to this park. Very good, Cary Park. But walk down this road here, and it's just like me and my friend Allie were just like walking here and looking on Zillow at how much the houses cost along here. Oh my god. It was one of those things where it's just like a house in the Northeast where it's like a nice one, like I don't know, say something like this, like would probably be like 500, 600,000 in like a decent neighborhood, but this is probably like stupidly like somehow 3 million or 4 million. Or actually I think we were one street up walking down. Yeah, it was this street. So it's like something like this we looked up and it was like $6 million or something like this. And it's like, what? How? And so like it's very much whiplash for me to go to these places and like to see the pricing be like totally different. The weird part about Seattle is that rent is actually not too bad in Seattle. It's like definitely more than other places, but it's not like ridiculous. But the housing, if you actually want to buy a house in Seattle, that's where it gets nuts. Also, this spot up here was really cool. This little park here, and then there's this like wall here. There's like this. This reminds me a lot of like Weehawken, New Jersey, or something. Like this is where I was taking these pictures. There's my friend Allie and her dog. So yeah, it's kind of cool, like stone facade and steps that you can go down into these like parks here and whatnot. So very very cool place. Let's see, and then the park over here kind of wraps down on the side of the hill. Where is it?
I will be right back.
Okay.
Cool.
Where I have to remember where we went. So we went down, yeah, because there's, oh my god, just zoom in, thank you. There's this park here where we went down these steps, and then we went down these streets that are very very steep. And then there's another park on the side here, which you can kind of wind down the side of the hill. And it's pretty cool. It's one of those things where it's like, park reminds me of Philly Waterworks. Yeah, a little bit like that. But in Philly, there's only really one hill around there. That's the art museum, where this is just the whole big hill, which is really neat.
It's like almost a cliff at that point.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, I wonder if someone mapped out. Oh, someone did map out these trails. Okay. Let me
someone
show.
walked them too.
Yeah, that's what I'm showing is like, yeah, these are like, this is the local pathway in the neighborhood, which is kind of nuts. So like we walk down these and this is like the pathway that the neighborhood can use to get down the hill through the park. And so like, I get it. Like, it's kind of neat. It was definitely one of the highlights of visiting is like running into this stuff. Yeah, it was a little romantic, especially if you're with someone that you're into. Not that I was, but fun neighborhood, fun area. And then there's like a lot of new construction. That's the other thing about Seattle is they definitely are keeping up on construction. It seems like, and it's
Alan, would you be surprised if I told you that Queen Anne is full of a lot of NIMBYs?
Oh, not at all. Allie was telling me about the fact there's apparently like a street that has like a gutter on it or something, like stone gutter on it, and they've blocked an apartment building because it would impact the historical gutter or something like that. Some bullshit. Some stupid bullshit. I forget what street it was, but if I have a feeling I'll be back in Seattle very soon. And so I have a feeling like I need to pick some topics like that where I can talk about some stupid shit and call it out. Because I think if we call it out and make it pretty public, I think we might be able to help change something. But I would need to
Yeah,
find
there's
this.
a oh
Or what are you saying?
oh I was about to say there's another urbanist out there on Instagram. His name's Urban Cowboy, and he was talking about some of the
Oh,
people who because he did a trip to Seattle. He was talking about some of the people who went to a city council meeting in Queen Anne about like upzoning like a plot of like an old single family home to be like a quadplex or something. And people there were like, "This is going to ruin the neighbor," typical NIMBY stuff.
yeah. Does he doesn't live in Seattle, does he?
I think he still lives in Austin.
Okay, I figured that Urban Cowboy suggested Texas, so that makes
Yeah.
sense. But yeah, no, it's like it's funny because a lot of these older apartment buildings are very nice, and it's like, what is it, 6 stories or whatever? It's like, and same. This one's newer, but it's just the fact that like these buildings seem fine. This one's super fucking cool. Oh wait, I saw a really cool one next to the trolleybus line. Let me find it. Had like this really cool like yeah, I think it's this one. Which one was it? This one. It had almost like a California style like entrance, like Italian like styling. This is super cool. And it had like this little courtyard with a fountain in it, like, and also trolleybus wires. Like this is so cool that like the trolleybus runs up and down the street. Like I get it. Like Seattle is definitely one of those places that you have some of the old buildings. Like a lot of the places like the Sun Belt and areas like that where there's all these new neighborhoods going up. It's like I don't like that. Like it doesn't feel lived in. Like it hasn't existed for a long enough time to feel lived in and developed like some personality. Where some of these older places that are in there's VO in fucking Seattle. I didn't know that.
Yeah. I think there's like almost every bike share that's in Seattle, except for the city zone.
That would make sense. With the tech culture there, that would make sense. It's weird because the tech culture is there, but it's different from like the Bay Area.
Oh yeah.
It's like a different type.
It's not like startup, it's like established.
It's like it's like established and it's like very serious data center people kind of. But there is some goofy shit with like Amazon.
But yeah, Lime is definitely like the big dog out there. Like that's the number one that I ran into the most.
It makes sense. I'm trying to think where else. I walked through the Science Center area, which is really cool, which I didn't realize was like a World's Fair thing, and that's kind of why that Space Needle exists in the first place.
There's some really cool posters for that World's Fair, by the way.
Yeah.
And some really good monorail footage from the World's Fair too.
These things, because you see these things and you're walking by and you're like, what the fuck is that? And then you walk up and it's like, oh, this is obviously like a World's Fair thing. And it's cool because like I think the 60s were kind of the last decade of like true World's Fairs. I think the 70s, like beginning of the 70s is when they started to die off. And so it's like really cool because like Philly has World's Fair stuff, but it's from like 1870. So not, or 1876 because it was the centennial. So
yeah, the Space Needle's actually like the main relic of the World's Fair, and then you got the monorail, and then you got Mopop wasn't a World's Fair thing. I don't believe. I believe that's a newer thing.
Which is that?
The Frank Gehry modern or pop culture museum, the funky looking building right next to the Space Needle. It's like right next to the monorail
this
station.
one here. Okay.
The one that the monorail goes through. No, not that one.
Oh,
Like,
where it goes.
yeah.
Oh, this. Yeah. Okay. That is kind of funky looking. That is a
The Frank Gehry.
that is a choice. That is a choice of a building. I like that the monorail goes through it, but interesting. The Sonic Boom, my favorite Sonic game. No. Yeah, no, it's like it's kind of interesting. I think the thing that's like interesting to me from like West Coast East Coast perspective is sort of also the like the homelessness and how it presents itself in cities, because like basically like in northeastern cities that have more established neighborhoods and are older, a lot of the homelessness is pushed out to the further neighborhoods and like specific spots in further neighborhoods or older neighborhood, or maybe not older, but maybe more like lower income. And where in West Coast cities, a lot of the homelessness like seems to be in like downtown pockets, which is very interesting, and that's like very not East Coast, or Northeast, I would say. So it's like Seattle has it, and it's like it does exist, and like you're probably like suburban people will be scared of it, but like of like people that are on what's the one intersection that's like notorious?
Third and Pine.
Third and Pine, and then there's apparently the McDonald's or McShanky's is apparently it's called or something like that. That's apparently the nickname. Third and Pine. Where is this? Yeah, it's
Walk by the, it's really not as bad as people say.
No, it's not. But it's also like I understand why people are creeped out by it, but it's also like I think the thing for me also this is the trolley bus street. This is
an awesome street. If you
this
ever
is
go
so
to
cool.
Yeah, no, this is like endless buses. This is
yeah. I think they've pretty much like cars are not banned, but they're pretty much dissuaded from using the street too. So it's pretty much just buses, like, which is really cool.
Yeah, I thought this one was only buses, but
well, the Google car apparently went down it, so I don't know.
They were bold.
Yeah, something. Well, let me see. Is there like a sign that says like "Do not turn"? Oh no, it says I guess you can. So maybe this is the maybe this is the section where you can drive on it. Maybe there's a different section where you can't.
Car wheel drive.
This is also 2021. So when did they ban cars from it? Because maybe this is before.
The first time I went there was 2023, and I don't remember them allowing cars on it. But
you can pre-wokeness.
You can
you can go to like 2017, and you'll see it's like full on mixed traffic.
I'm seeing
like you go into like.
I'm seeing in chat. MC206 says you can travel in a car for 1 block at a time. So there must be like cameras, I'm assuming.
See, look, you jump back to 2017. You got
and then there's also a huge difference in the amount of people on the sidewalk. But because this is a pandemic era scan of the street.
Also, yeah, commercial real estate in the Pacific Northwest kind of died with COVID.
Yeah, that is kind of strange. Like it died a bit in like northeastern cities, but it's come back. It's very much come back. There's actually a fucking new McDonald's going up in Rittenhouse soon, which is like, it's like, huh?
It's like the exact opposite in Portland. It's like commercial real estate is functionally dead.
And it's only like pretty much the niche small business owner stuff that's gonna like that's really survived, right?
I mean, there's still some of the larger companies in Portland, but like most of the major businesses have pulled out. So like U.S. Bancorp and Wells Fargo just pulled out of their buildings, but we still have like Moda and stuff in downtown.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, no, it's interesting the skyline too in Seattle. There's many places where it's like this is a great example. Oh, that's probably a prison or data center or something, but it's there's a lot of places that just feel like it's very pedestrian hostile because there's no real things to do on the street as you're walking down the block. But that's also this block in particular, or this street in particular, I think. Most of the other city felt good. Also, the waterfront wasn't as like a lot of people were shitting on the new like park and road that was built. It's not that bad. Like it's could be a lot, but actually, wait, I have pictures. Hold on. I have videos. That's right. Let me find.
There's definitely worse streets than Alaskan Way now. Like, for example, Lakeshore Drive. But I mean, it could have been better.
We're talking about this thing, which is the new, when they put the highway underground, they built all this new kind of park and infrastructure stuff, but they also made a boulevard, which was...
and they still tunneled the highway underneath.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is they tunneled the highway, but like, the boulevard, you don't need it, you could have done a 2-lane road. Like, you didn't...
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me find, because I have...
Because if you think about it, at the end of the day, it technically did just add more lanes.
Yeah. Granted, it's like asterisks on that, but um,
Oh, it sounds like more lanes save the day. In the eyes of Washington State DOT.
This is true. WSDOT should keep adding more lanes.
we need to add more lanes in Pike's Place.
This is true. We need
Washington
to make
State
Pike.
adding lanes in ways yet unconceived by Texas and Florida.
Oh wait,
Pike
let me
Place
just
will now be adding on a 45-mile-an-hour speed limit through the market.
hold on. Let me just go through all of the videos. This includes Portland stuff, by the way. So this will start the VLC playlist. All right, back to this. Let me turn down the volume because most of the time the audio is bunk on these because these are mostly for like scenic shots. So yeah, there's your Portland Max system. The leaves are still in the trees while I was there, which I was surprised by. Me and Ethan went to the top of Washington Park or whatever it was.
It was true Pacific Northwest weather, foggy and rainy.
Yeah, which I like it. It's kind of nice, like getting that vibe once in a while. It's foggy here once in a while in Northeast, but definitely not like that. And not in the middle of the day. Usually fog in the Northeast is gone by like midday. Yeah, because I was just trying to shoot some stuff, and then later I was like, well, maybe it'll look fine later, or it'll be like scenic later. And then I looked at it later. I was like, it's mid. And this is the green line. This is when we were trying to go to the bridge.
Yeah, to Tillicum Crossing.
Yes, which if people don't know, there's a bridge in Portland that the light rail goes across, but also buses, people, and bikes can go across. No cars. The only thing that can't go across it. Kind of cool.
Well, actually, Alan, TriMet's maintenance teams can go across on car, and so can PPB and other emergency responders.
Did you have a comment like that before on one of your videos?
No, but I did catch a Ford F-150 going over Tillicum Crossing on there, and it was a TriMet maintenance of way. So
there's one of your streetcars.
Our beautiful Skodas that are going to be sent to the glue factory. And if you can see in the top right corner, or the top right corner of that last video, there's a counting for the bike counter.
Thing. Yeah, I think it's in another shot. Also, here's your FX2 that someone was talking about.
That's right, the Frequent Express.
Oh, that's what it stands for?
Yes.
Okay.
And are they going to go in numbered order? No.
Yeah, why did they start with 2?
Because it replaced the bus route called the 2.
Oh.
So they're going with FX2 for that, and the next one's going to be replacing the 72. So I'm taking a guess that they're going to call it like the FX7.
Yeah. The ugly viaduct had to go. What are you talking about, Rob?
Oh, the Alaskan Way.
Oh, yes. No, I agreed. I thought referencing this video.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, there's your bike counter. It's out of focus, but oh, maybe? Nope. They need that hole to the left of this station. They need to put an apartment building there.
Oh yeah, 200 floors of apartments.
Looks like they're undoing a few blocks of pedestrianization on Fifth Ave due to homelessness in downtown San Diego. Interesting. I'll have to take a look at that. Also, it bothers the fuck out of me that they spell Milwaukee this way. It bothers me way more than it should.
I've gotten used to it, but it kind of makes the distinction of which Milwaukee you're talking about a lot more clear.
Yeah, it's kind of like Pittsburgh and Bay Area Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Spelled different. Still bothers me. Oh yeah, there's your cable car or tram.
My dyslexic ass does not tell the difference, but
between oh yeah.
Vancouver and Vancouver. Vancouver is actually like diabolical, especially if you ride Amtrak.
Wait, are they spelled different? No, they're not.
No, they're the same spelling. So you could accidentally buy a ticket to Vancouver, Washington.
Oh.
When you're trying to go to Vancouver, British Columbia. Oh, look, a one-car Max, my favorite.
Expo Center. Well, still the worst is that still on the Northeast Corridor where there is New York Penn Station and Newark Penn Station.
Oh yeah.
And that is the ultimate tourist trap of all time. Because you get Ralph, you get on the
No,
train.
that's just a skill check, like
Yeah.
Yeah.
get
There's our-
condemned to Newark.
There's
Yeah.
our beautiful interchange to get on the Markham Bridge between
Very-
I-5 and I-405. It's a
That
real
is-
looker right on our waterfront.
That is a lot of text dot energy right there.
ODOT does have some text dot energy sometimes.
Aren't they getting better though?
I mean, a little bit, but they're still not great. The one I'd say who's getting better is Peabot, but that's for the city, so they don't really do the highways too much.
Might be a baseball park on the west side of the Tilikum Bridge crossing. Oh, this is fun.
Yeah, that makes sense, but yeah, they had violin players on the streetcars. It was some sort of TriMet sponsored event.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was a like TriMet thing. I was like, I thought they just got on and started playing. Which honestly, yeah. See, Portland is a city of chaos. Is liberal horrorscape. This is terrible. This is terrible.
That's
Why
right.
would it?
The crime train, as they say on MARTA, or for MARTA in Atlanta. It's the same in Portland. It's the crime train.
Crime streetcar.
Prime
right.
Express.
Crime Max.
The Crime Max. The crows. Why was there so many crows? Why was that?
I think they just like the area around Providence Park. Honestly,
It's just, there's so many crows. I've never like. Apparently, that's the thing in Seattle. Also, there's like areas where there's just a shit ton of crows. I don't know. I have no idea. Let's see. Light rail. Oh, here we go. Here's Cascades. I didn't
Hell
record.
Yeah.
I didn't record much on this because I was like a bit tired, and I was also like doing some work on my laptop. And like, I will say there is some scenic-ish stuff along the Cascades route between Portland and Seattle, but it's not that good in my opinion.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah, like there's definitely more scenic stuff. Probably the northern half above Seattle is probably the best, I would assume.
Oh, 100%. Going up to I can't remember the city in Washington, but the
Yeah.
Empire goes up over there, and it's beautiful on the waterfront. But if you get a clear day, you can see the Cascades Mountains from the Portland to Seattle ride.
Makes
But it kind of
sense.
looked a little cloudy for that for you.
Yeah, it was a little cloudy.
Asking
I mean,
for a clear day in the Pacific Northwest is bold.
Outside
Yeah.
of summertime, yes.
even though we dislike BNSF here, also the track quality was some of the best Class 1 track quality I've ever been on outside of the Northeast. It was very smooth for the most part. Oh, here we go. We finally got to Seattle. So this is that thing I was talking about. This is that new boulevard, which at least there's raised bike lanes. They're a bit narrow, but still, they're at least grade separated. But still, like, why did they build it a 4-lane road? It didn't need to be 4. It could be 2.
It could have been 3 with turn lanes.
Yeah. Also, this was the section we like walked up there, and I was like looking at this.
I could tell you're like, man, this track's good. I need to look at it with the camera. Not
Yeah, I
one of
mean,
the last-
well, it's also that, and it was like, it was one of those things where I was like, I need an artsy shot that I'm moving fast. So that's usually
yes.
that's my artsy shot.
But
Here's the
it
public
really
park
helps
is
when you
that-
got like a crossover, so you have like the converging lines and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I just got a lot of B-roll of just downtown Seattle because it's like it's very useful later on. It's like I
love
always
the architecture there. Like that's a cool building there.
Oh yeah, it reminds me of what does it remind me of? It reminds me of like a little northeast-ish with the older buildings, a lot of brick buildings, which is very surprising. There's that many brick buildings in a very seismically active zone. But I guess like the Pacific Northwest isn't as bad as like San Francisco or
We
California.
didn't lose them in 1906. That's the problem.
Yeah. So I think for the and a lot of them have been reinforced now, I think, because of all the safety stuff, I assume. But it is cool that you have these like older brick buildings mixed in with the newer stuff, which I appreciate. The main thing that's always different coming from Philly is the fact that the um, the roads are just wide. Like there is some more narrow roads in the more residential area, but like I am so used to narrow roads, and every time I go away and then come back to Philly, and I'm like, I really like that aspect of Philly over other cities.
That's just something you go west of the Appalachians, and it's gonna be like that.
Yeah.
I
Now,
will say the one excuse is, or exception is Portland, but
Yeah, but Portland's interesting because you will run into the random larger road. Now, granted, where the light rail runs through the downtown, where the transfer is, I forget what that is.
Pioneer Square.
Yeah, that was all like one-way streets, but that was one way because the light rail took up the other part. Oh well, here's a street in Seattle that was. This was the University District, which had a lot of newer road configurations, and a bus-only street here. Like this is cool. This is really cute. And you can tell that this road used to be probably like a 3-lane road or something, and they made the sidewalks wider, and then they put a bike lane in, and then they made it a 1-lane road. So pretty cool. I thought America was doomed. There's a trolley bus here, and a bike lane, and a bus-only road. That's crazy.
Look at that tagged LLV.
I know. I actually was. Wait, let me see if I can hear it. I was talking to Allie here. I think I.
Oh, graffiti on the back of the post truck.
That's just some shit you do not see in the East Coast. Yeah. That is some shit you do not see. That's so true. There is a lot of like really random graffiti in spots that just like there's almost like code in the Northeast of like what not to graffiti, and in the Pacific Northwest and West Coast, it's just like everything's graffitied. Like transit buses were graffitied, which was like why? Like why would you do that? Or like the mail truck, for example. Like why would you graffiti a mail truck? Oh, this is cool. This is the University Ave bridge. And this is the trolley bus coming up the on-ramp to the bridge. So cool. And this bridge is a drawbridge. It's a drawbridge that has trolley bus wires over it. Yeah, there's your entrance to it. And so there's a section of the bridge where it lifts up for a drawbridge, and the trolley bus wires still continue over it. And there's a little like phase gap where the trolley bus wires have to go across. Super cool. Yeah, there's Mount Rainier. Actually, that might not be Mount Rainier because Mount Rainier is that's looking west.
That might be Mount Baker.
That's probably Mount Baker then. But that highway up there on that bridge, we had to go stand under to catch the bus later. Oh my God, it was so loud under there to catch the bus. Because the traffic on the lower level of the bridge would reflect off of the top deck, and it was so loud. I think the next shot is the last one, and it's also the one where the trolley bus goes through the phase gap, and you can see a little spark happen. Yeah, this video. So kind of cool. It almost reminds me of something on OpenTTD, how perfectly the spark is there. That should, yeah, that's it. Let me see if I can.
It's video over.
Let me see if I have stills, because I have a decent amount of stills of. Not really that many. I was mainly taking videos. I really only take stills with my film cameras, and I don't. There was like one nice one of me that Allie took. It's a nice picture of me. That was on that bridge. And then here's that bridge, the one next to it. It's kind of nice. Other than that, I mainly take videos. So I rarely take stills on my digital stuff nowadays. I was fucking around. The Fujifilms have the baked-in fun settings you can do. And so there's like one or two shots where I took like here. this one has like the vignette and the film simulation and everything baked in, and just a mode that you can flip the camera into. It's kind of funny. That's the goofy aspect of Fujifilm. Let me see. I think. Brylan, you mentioned the sort of pointing at track and taking a video. I did that on RTD also because there's you could get the pantograph shot to like to be like, hey, it's electrified. Also slab track.
Ooh.
Because I was like, how am I going to get an interesting shot while riding the train that show it's electrified? And I was like, oh, the shadow looks cool. So.
It's an odd-looking SEPTA track.
It is. We only have slab track in 2 places in the SEPTA system. It's mostly in the tunnel. Actually, I didn't go through any of the RTD footage, so let me play some of that. Or yeah, fuck it. I gotta select everything around the Sony Vegas files, or the not Sony Vegas, just Vegas Pro. Sony sold that to Magix a while ago. Okay. Play on VLC playlist. Someone asked what slab track is. Brylan?
So slab track is essentially, I mean, it's pretty self-descriptive. You just have a a block of concrete where the track is physically like rafted to it, like secured to it, instead of having ties, ballast, and all that other stuff. It's all just one piece of concrete. Now you do have subgrade and stuff you do for underneath the slab track, like it's almost like ballast, but you know that's much less sensitive than like, you know, ballasted track with ties or sleepers, whatever vocabulary you use for that.
Yeah. It's used often in newer passenger construction or in underground stuff.
It's
generally
usually used in places where you really, really, really don't want to have to like deal with regularly maintaining it, and like anywhere where ballast could be a really big issue. So most of the time you see it used is on high-speed lines.
Yes.
But sometimes you'll see it in like tunnels are the next most common spot you'll see it.
Yes.
Ooh, soybeans.
Yes.
The hopper cars.
Yeah, we're going through the Denver clips now. These bridges.
Still soybeans, okay.
So these bridges, I am going to turn into a topic for a video very soon, because these are obviously train bridges, or were at some point. So that will be one of the next topics of one of the future Denver videos. Someone says, check out DMV Moves presentation December 20. WMATA restarted ATO. Yeah, I know that they restarted ATO. That's a big thing for them. I definitely need to do another video. I need to do a video about Washington, because I've never really covered Washington or WMATA. So, but yeah, some of these old rail bridges in Denver have been converted into pedestrian paths, which are kind of neat. Also, there's this like canal/river that goes through the one section of the city, which is kind of neat.
These bridges are so painful.
Yeah, I mean, they're not, well, you can't spoil it yet because I have to make the video about it. But basically, it's about sort of the rail yard that
It's
used
good
to.
I didn't bring it up earlier then.
Yeah.
I was tempted to.
It's basically where the arena is used to be a rail yard, but there's more to that. But people have been asking for this topic or video topic to be made for a while about Denver Union specifically. So if you know about the area, you know what's wrong. I still think they can fix it.
That's a money can solve that problem kind of thing.
Pretty much. Yeah, chunky bridge here. I love these kind of bridges because they look like the type I'd build in like project engineering in high school.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because the gusset plates and everything, it looks exactly like the type like I would build. There was a homeless guy that came up to me while I was filming this clip and asked if I lost a Marriott card and then walked away.
Huh.
That was one of those like, it was like, I must have strange encounters turned on.
Oh yes, Wild Wasteland or whatever.
Yeah. Alan, the next time you come to Portland, we'll go to Chinatown, and then you can have those real
That's right.
interactions turn on.
Also, duck foaming here.
Duck foam.
Just duck spotting.
Bird fanning.
Bird frothing.
Right. Someone says, I mean, engineering class style bridge, no concrete beams, will just do. Well, it's funny, a lot of modern bridges that replace like these types are literally just I-beams that are just massive. And you just put whatever on top of the I-beams. And it's just because we've learned how to forge or craft basically insanely huge pieces of metal now into one shape, compared to back then. Also, Denver Union, obviously.
It really is such a good-looking station.
Oh, it's very good looking, and the cocktail bar
Seattle's
upstairs.
old Rio Grande station is also really good looking.
Wait, Rio Grande?
Not Seattle, Salt Lake. Wrong
Salt Lake,
ST.
yeah.
okay.
In the west. Sorry.
Hey,
Oh,
wait
so-
a minute. Rio Grande.
I know I'm gonna get that done eventually.
Wait, what?
The Rio Grande plan you've probably heard of.
It's such a beautiful station, but I wish I could go
Oh,
into
yeah,
it,
that
you know?
one. I think that one's really cool.
But yeah, this upstairs here, you can kind of see this ledge here. That's a cocktail bar upstairs. One of my favorite bars of all time, just because immaculate vibes. Just yeah,
Drinking
you're
at a
sitting.
train station? Who would want to do that?
Well, just it's the fact that you're sitting upstairs in this cavernous space. It's very beautiful with the Art Deco and sort of Art Nouveau decorations. Like it's just good. It's just good. Yeah, top 2 floors of the hotel. Yeah, the hotels are on the kind of sides. Whoops. But yeah, it's so goofy to me seeing the Silverliners because it's just like this is the only other place they exist. Oh, this is the other side of the station. Yeah. I like the Denver RTD Silverliners because they have fold doors that don't have like a weird thing in the center because the SEPTA ones, they have one full door and then two half doors because the SEPTA ones have to have a low floor boarding from one side of it. But the Denver ones look more symmetrical, but the downside is they don't have the railfan window. They have a full width cab. The SEPTA ones have the railfan window. Basically, I think most of the lines ran 2-car sets, and the only one that ran 4-car sets was the airport line, or I think that one even do like 5-car. I don't think RTD got single or double-ended trains. Because I didn't see any single car running. Only the smallest trains were 2 cars. Let's see. Toronto is the most convenient airport in the world. You literally walk through. Well, yeah, Pearson is, but the actual bigger airport.
Billy Bishop. Yeah.
Wait, which one's the small one on the island?
Billy Bishop's the small one. Pearson's the big boy.
Okay. Because I was going to say Pearson's not too convenient, but Billy Bishop is the one that's
Pearson
the
has
goofy.
a train to it.
Yeah. Well, Billy Bishop has a pedestrian tunnel.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Salt Lake is hilarious because you'll spend more time walking through the airport than you will taking transit into downtown.
Really? Is it?
It's a 15-minute LRT ride, and from the further, I think it's like the A terminal, it'll take you like almost like 25 minutes of walking to get to the actual like pickup area or the transit station. It's one of those island terminals, and if you're at the really far gates, you have to walk all the way back, and
Makes
it's
sense.
like brand new, so it's like really spaced out for larger jets because they just redid the whole airport.
Makes sense. What was it? Yeah, the RTD station was interesting to watch here at Union. Unfortunately, every time I was there, I never got the Zephyr coming in or out, the morning or the afternoon one. Yeah, I wanted to get some shots of the Zephyr there, but I guess I'll have to go back. Well, now the ski train's running, so now there's 2 Amtrak trains that are coming in and out. Because I think ski train goes out really early. It goes out at like 6 a.m. and then it comes back at like think like 6 p.m. or 7 p.m.
And also, doesn't what's it called? Rocky Mountaineer also go to Union?
No, they board. I think they board slightly out of the approach, so they don't have to come in and pay fees or something like that. There's like a part of the rail yard that's like past this approach area that they board at.
I didn't know that. Okay.
I saw the train set when I was there when I was riding the A line.
You'd think paying like, cause like the Rocky Mountaineer is not cheap. You'd think you'd get like to actually go into the station.
I think it has to also do with the fact that they would have to
Do a weird maneuver.
yeah, they would have to do the maneuver that the Zephyr does where it backs in.
And at the back anyways, so.
Well, no, I don't think they do because they'll run up to past Grand Junction and then go Wyatt and then come back, and so the ride for the person, you don't ride it when it has to turn around in Denver. They do have to eventually turn around in Denver, but it doesn't like you would have to back it up if you came back to Denver on it. I don't know. I think that's probably their justification. It's probably just also just not wanting to deal with downtown and like randos getting on and not knowing what train it is. Or at least that would be my guess. Also pretty busy. The A line was like every time I rode the A line, it was either half or more full.
Isn't that the airport line?
Yep. Which is like majority of the ridership of RTD comes from. Live downtown and work for UP. Interesting. Well, I'd be interested to know because I know that the UP yard and UP freight stuff is not like Denver is not a super busy rail yard, but they seem to have a lot of locals that came in and out. Actually, there's a video later that will come in this playlist of 2 or 3 locals that I go past. But it seemed like a lot of local businesses that were served. Also, I love this new telephoto lens. I was having so much fun shooting stuff with it. What is it? The one I showed you, Ethan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
55 to 200.
Yeah, I'm so glad the one reason I chose Fuji was because the lenses have OIS and then the sensors have also stabilization. So pretty neat.
Yeah, they make their glass is just like unbeatable. Those lenses are just sharp beyond all belief. Even the standard, like kit lenses, like the 18 to 50, 55 and 70 to 200, there's a reason they cost more, and they're so good.
Pretty much at this point, I'm either recommending, well, I only recommend Fuji to people that are already sort of photographers, because like you sort of need to be a dork to actually make the camera work well.
Yeah, they do have like automatic settings, but like you do have to kind of know how to work the camera.
The automatic settings on Fuji is not that good compared to like a Sony.
Yeah.
Because that's most of the time, if someone's asking for like a nicer mirrorless, I'm gonna recommend like an A7 or something nowadays. Because like the Sony,
does the XT5 not have the auto switch on it?
For what kind of auto?
Like it just goes fully automatic. So if I want someone to take a photo that like they don't know how to use a camera, I can literally flip a switch on my camera and it'll turn a full automatic. Like no settings need to be adjusted.
I don't know if there's a single button, but there's like multiple that you have to put to A, and then you just give it to someone.
It should be a little switch right underneath like the dial, if I'm not mistaken. Here, let me go get my camera.
Well, mine is currently the webcam that is being used at the moment. So
mess up all your settings.
Yeah. Well, it's actually pretty easy. I don't know if you've ever used yours as like the webcam, but yeah. Also, here's the locals that I was talking about in the yard. Also, I was mainly filming this video because all the new apartment buildings there. Those were all being built when I was last there in 2022, and it's neat to see them all finished currently. Oh, there's the Rocky Mountaineer. And the generator car that they have. It's so funny. There's your nice slab track. Also, it's funny, you can tell where the FRA came in and was like, when the commuter rail runs. Oh, there's your local. I think there was a crew in that one. There was one that was I guess I must not have taken the video of it. There was another one where there was a remote controlled locomotive, and I saw the guy standing there with the remote control. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, there's sections of RTD. Let me pull up it on the map of where the FRA obviously came in and was like, you can't have commuter trains running next to freight, and then it's like there's this big, beefy concrete wall.
Oh
and
no,
it's,
that probably wasn't the FRA. That was probably Union Pacific
oh, okay.
not wanting any sort of liability.
Yeah, like like here's your big concrete wall. Let me see. Yeah, here's your beefy like I if I derail my train, I'm not gonna run into the commuter train or whatever.
Or if I have like a car with like dragging equipment or something, like, which is the more
Yeah.
common that kind of problem to have.
No, definitely. But yeah, I saw these and I knew immediately what they were for. It's like the anti fuck up railing.
Yeah. That's so excessive.
It is. They're really big too. Like I sort of get it, but also like, come on, like it didn't need to. That is a chunky one. There's your UP high rail. Yeah, it runs a decent amount of the line. They have these mainly on the curves. It seems like.
That curve would make sense.
Yeah.
That's like so much more excessive than it needs to be. I wonder who. And I wonder if it was just UP or if it was also like the state DOT.
Might have been. Also interesting, Ethan. I don't think mine has that. That's where my switch from video to photo is actually.
Interesting. I mean, you do kind of have the more like I'd say the like professional use one. The 20 is a bit
prosumer,
more, yeah. The 20 is a bit more geared towards like the hobbyist and like the like I don't know the normie user.
Yeah. Oh, I paid so much goddamn money for this camera. It better be good. Because yeah, originally when I was looking at cameras, I was like, I wanted a full frame, but then like the guy was like, well, if you're gonna be shooting video most of the time, it's like the APS-C or crop sensors are almost as good, but they generally have better image stabilization. So I was like,
Alan, it's simple.
yeah.
You need to become the one urbanist YouTuber who shoots with medium format cameras. You need to get a GFX 100.
I need to get the big Hasselblad or whatever. Also, yeah,
X1D.
Brylan, you got to do the voice for the super chat.
Oh wait, we're gonna build a big beautiful wall, and RTD is gonna pay for it, folks. We're gonna make the feds pay for it. We're gonna make Colorado pay for it. We're never gonna have to deal with any of this liability.
No derailments.
I got rid of the liability. Me.
Yeah, there's a lot of local served industries here. Glenda, cat being annoying. Eating pizza on the beach right now. It's a little late, even on the West Coast, but it sounds nice.
Japan America car is San Diego maxing.
This is true. Where was the one station that had I meant to go to Central Park here, which is a very goofy name, but all of this land here that used to be nothing is now like a bunch of apartment buildings. Because I originally filmed out there a long time ago. I guess this is almost up to date, but like there used to be nothing here, and that like apartment building and some of the new stuff here is like really cool to see. And it's like Denver, I can see in probably like 10 years they'll have like a lot of stuff and filled out TOD, but right now they're still catching up, it seems like. There was like another station or something where they also
that's where the A connects with probably the worst light rail line.
Oh yeah, I want to go ride that just to see how bad it is.
Every 30 minutes.
Well, granted, I can't speak much because here in Philly, the 101, 102 are on 30-minute frequencies. Well, except during rush hour, they have 20-minute frequencies or 20-minute frequencies. this is also the Colorado thing, is that like they still have land to build sprawl, and now the A line and the highway allow them to build urbanist sprawl, and I put urbanist in whatchamacallit, very, very heavy quotations there, because like, oh, it's there is some
Honey, it's time
interesting.
for your Colorado urbanism.
Yeah. Also, this bridge is single tracked, so there's a whole section of the busiest line in the system that's single tracked.
Oh, but it's like you can time that if you have the
Oh, they
system
do.
right.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
most of it's double tracked, right?
Yes. Well, what I noticed is that a train was waiting here when we pulled in, so it seems like they're timed at this station, the 40th Ave Airport Boulevard or whatever. So it seems like that is the timing spot for the train. So if there's a buffer or whatever, so the stop is probably padded.
Alan, it's time to go back to Rio Grande talking. Frederick Jenny's here.
Yeah, possibly I might be able to get to Salt Lake City sooner or later this year, but we'll see. Also, this is an old fucking Google.
Was the
This
A line
isn't-
not even built? with
It's
this
not even
one?
built. Yeah, what the fuck? This is an old.
Kind of
scan.
weird because, like, I mean, this is the city where they literally buy their satellite photography from.
When was this?
Stars in Boulder.
It was completed in like 2015, right? I think.
Not that new.
I think so, but even years after moving to Colorado, I can't believe how perfect. Yeah. Also, the airport's interesting because the station has a lot more room for more platforms. So I don't know what they were thinking there. I don't know. Maybe when the high-speed rail goes across the plains, it will stop at the airport. Also, interesting shape of the runways always. Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting system. It's the fact that it's like all electrified in the first place is really impressive. And like, I think
But can you see Lucifer from the A line?
you can. It's a little. It's if you're because if you come out of this, you can look over to. Where is it? It's like as you're coming. Where is he? Oh wait, I should be able to just find it. Yeah, right here. So if you're coming out of the airport and you look over to out of the left side of the train, you can see him.
Perfection.
Yes.
No notes. Great airport transit.
The other thing is that generally the speeds on the A line are very high for the most part. So it's like they're most of the time 60 to 70, and like there's a few 80 or I think 75, 80 sections, but like yeah, no, definitely not a complaint about RTD as a speed. That's like there are definitely some systems that have speed problems, but RTD is not one of them.
That's the nice thing about being a new build system is you can build for much higher speeds.
Well,
Yeah. Looking at TriMet on this one.
looking at the MBTA Green Line.
Oh, okay, I'll call it a green line. A new build is like...
No, the whole northern section of the GLX or whatever.
Okay, but it's a light
Tree-
rail. That's different.
Okay, but it's still my point is it's
Mr.
like,
Philly, where light rail can do questionable speeds.
yeah, the 101, 102 drivers are mad because they can't overspeed to 60 now. They have to go 55 or something.
It's never been more.
Can't
over.
overspeed because of woke.
I know, real. It's so real. Also, it's so funny that the 101, 102 trolleys have actual like 3-chime train horns on them, which is hilarious.
Even after years, after moving to Colorado, I can't believe how perfect everything is from, in quotes, from Tales from the S-Spawn. That's funny.
Oh yeah.
It's only a 2-hour drive to the mountains. I feel so connected with nature.
Okay, but you got to think of it. Neither of you have the mindset of, some motherfucker who grew up in as a Houstonian, you grow up in a flatland place.
Yes.
It's like a 10-hour.
Yeah.
It's like 12 hours to get to somewhere with like topography. Like, I mean, sure, there's like Enchanted Rock west of Austin, but that's just a big chunk of granite
what?
that's like
Wait.
300 meters tall. It's just a big piece of granite. It's a hill. It's a
Wait.
cool hill. I like the hill, but like,
Enchanted Rock, Texas.
it's a state park.
Oh.
I've been several times, but like, you know, there's nothing like a proper like 14er or even like 10,000 foot mountain. It's just, you know, you're so
Okay.
close now.
Well, this is why I live in a beautiful, beautiful Northeast, where I can go a little bit and see some decent mountains. Or if you want to see some actual mountains, you go up to New Hampshire.
I like
So
the mountains on the East Coast, but sadly they don't hit the same way as like a 14er in Colorado.
No, I agree.
I gotta say, it's really funny how good rural buses are out here in Oregon in some places, because you can go all the way up to the Timberline Lodge on Mount Hood. That's at
Okay,
like
looking at
8,000
Enchanted
feet.
Rock from satellite's like probably the actual worst way to look
Oh,
at it.
no,
You
I
gotta,
know.
Like, you
Yeah.
gotta like Google an image of it. It is like actually kind of cool, but
I'm very aware.
it's frequently hard to get a camping spot at this place. Well, yet, but it is like just a giant piece of granite, which is neat.
That's pretty sick.
Once you go west of I-35, you're in I can't remember the name of the plateau, but it's a plateau of like a very different type of rock. Compared to like a lot of the coastal plains. It's also why there's not as much oil there. It was never really like the bottom of the ocean, at least not for a long, long, long time. But
Fort Collins bookmarked. Oh yeah, one of my cousins lives up there.
Yeah, because you out in Texas, you got to go out to like the Guadalupe Mountains or something out there before you get to
I've
some
been
real
there.
mountains.
It's cool, but like that is literally a 12-hour drive from Houston.
Yeah.
That is halfway to getting to Colorado. You may as well just go to Colorado at that point.
I say, you Coloradans have the 40, but we have the Yankees have the Northeast corridor. This is true.
Well, the Yankees.
Well, so the I don't know. The thing with me about the East Coast mountains is that like I like the tall stuff, but the tall stuff is like one of those like they're like a supermodel. They're like I'm never gonna date that. Like I'm never gonna hike that. It's cool to look at, but the East Coast and the Appalachians is like this is a fucking forest. I'm gonna go get lost in the fucking forest and get eaten by the Mothman. Like it's cool. But like the West Coast mountains is like yeah I might hike one of those or ski one of those eventually, but it's, for the most part it's like I don't go up there. I don't.
I would literally
people-
die if I tried to summit Hood.
Yeah.
The people I know who like live in Colorado, like my like college roommate's like brother, he lives in Colorado Springs, and he just like he's run up Pikes Peak I think over like 50 times. Like they're not normal people. Like you gotta relate. Like they just get that dog in them, and
Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
no, the one girl I was talking to, you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
From Boston. She does like the ultras and shit, and it's just she started talking about Colorado, and I was like, oh no. I was like, I was just like,
white girl talking about Colorado.
it's just, no,
Well,
she
well,
literally.
ac-
She literally said like, "Oh, I'm applying for like this one college in Colorado Springs to do like the housing stuff that she does," and I was like, "Oh, it's over." I'm like, it's like suddenly I'm less interested.
Damn, that fat. Damn.
She's great. I would maybe consider that, but
I know,
also
I'm just joking. It's I know it's like you don't want someone you're not as interested in someone who wants to like go to like the classic like. I mean, I've jokingly called Denver. It's white people Wakanda, but
You've also referred to Portland as this, and yeah.
no. Portland is woke people Wakanda.
Portland is anarchist Wakanda.
No.
Adam Waffen Wakanda.
No,
which
no,
is
no.
a strange combo, but
No, anarchist Wakanda is Alaska, because you can go fuck off and build a cabin.
True.
Yeah, you can build a cabin in the woods.
Oh,
the
no,
government.
that's like real anarchist Wakanda.
That's what. Yeah.
The posers all want to go to Portland.
This is true.
The martyr anarchists want to go to Portland.
The anarchists that don't even have an active like Internet 1.0 forum account go to Alaska.
Actually, Portland is a millennial Wakanda.
Yeah. Well,
No, I feel like I don't know. I feel like I know more Gen Xer types, or like
Yeah.
maybe old millennials. I don't know. I'm on the tail
Older
end of
millennial
millennials,
Wakanda.
though.
Yeah.
yeah.
But Denver's definitely white guy Wakanda. Like, I'm gonna get the Toyota Tacoma. No, wait, no. I'm gonna get a Ford. Like what's the
What is
Land Cruiser?
what is Gen
Have you
Z?
seen the new Land Cruiser? They look pretty good.
What is Gen Z white people Wakanda? Is that Chicago?
For Gen Z, it's you have 3 paths.
Okay.
It's like the Yu-Gi-Oh card, like the castles. Like one of them is Austin.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay. Which is true. I know a few friends or acquaintances of mine from high school that have moved down there. I was like,
One
why
of
the
them
fuck?
is Denver.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I could. Well, Denver's getting too expensive now. That's the thing.
Okay, but like, what about the Zoomer who's gonna go work at Lockheed Martin? It's not too
You see,
expensive.
I will say a lot of them love the small city on the upcoming. So like the Boise's or like the
Oh. Yeah, if you're a fucking Nazi, yeah.
yeah.
Well, Boise is the one singular.
Boise's a little more woke. The
It's the
Nazi part of Idaho is actually north.
It's the singular purple splotch in the sea of red.
Actually, I should add some asterisks. If you're queer, like, you're definitely gonna try and move to Seattle. Like,
Yeah.
that is
yeah.
the place right now.
Seattle,
For,
Chicago.
like, yeah.
Not that I
no,
know.
It's just straight up just Seattle. Like,
Not that I know anyone that's done that, but yeah.
huh. I mean, I know I can't. I don't have enough fingers to count the number of people I know that done that. So
We forgot the
Yeah.
big one. We forgot Nashville. How could we forget
Oh
Nashville?
no!
I haven't gotten
No!
there yet.
That is white woman Wakanda. That is
no,
that
it's
is
also
the
white guy. It's also white guy.
It depends.
If you like wearing a cowboy
Absolutely.
hat, that's your town.
Yeah.
And then, of course, there's always the like, I'm gonna go move to DFW, and because I gotta save on taxes, and I gotta go work some miserable job at a satellite campus to some bullshit job. It's
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
bleak here.
Pretty much.
You also can't forget the I'm trying
So
to be
Michael
like,
says.
I'm
Michael
trying
says-
to live the sorry.
He says in chat, Gen X white people Wakanda is Tampa.
Oh
yeah.
yeah. I was gonna say also I want to live van life, but I want to stay on the East Coast, and then there's Asheville.
Van life, but want to stay in the East Coast, just anywhere in New Hampshire.
I was gonna say New England in general.
Asheville, North Carolina fits it because it's mountain town in North Carolina.
Oh,
so-
true. Yeah, Appalachia, but like the Tennessee, West Virginia, like
But there's no
North
snow,
Carolina.
so
yeah.
or I believe there's no snow. there, so
Boomer
why not?
Boomer Wakanda is Naples, Florida.
Wakanda's just Florida. Like, it's just
Yeah.
like
Villages.
the villages, yeah.
Florida. It's Tucson. It's Prescott, Arizona. It's like Palm Springs.
Wonder what Wakanda is San
St.
Francisco.
George.
Wonder what Wakanda is San Francisco. Landlords.
Yes.
Yeah.
Evil tech startups.
No. Well,
Also,
no.
the worst peep posters you've ever seen on Twitter.
Yes. That too.
Of
or the
any
guy-
ideological complexion. You know, like, it doesn't matter. They are all
Or no.
like
Like the guy. Remember when the CEO was.
white boy yearns for West LA. I hate that. I hate how accurate that is.
that is very true.
So
The
what
Gen
is
Z
it?
white boy who watches like one of the top 5 Twitch streamers, and like
LinkedIn.
all they-
LinkedIn advice poster Wakanda. Where is that?
Gen Z white boy Wakanda has to be
I don't
Silver
think there
Lake.
is a place for that.
No,
Other
LinkedIn-
than
no,
maybe New York City.
No, San
actually.
Jose.
Oh yeah, San
Yeah,
Jose.
San
San
Jose.
Jose.
That would be my guess.
Maybe like Northern Virginia. I mean that could. Really,
Oh,
like,
yeah,
like,
true.
yeah, like Tyson's.
Yeah.
Northern Virginia is the Wakanda for people who have a defense contractor and/or Western alliance of some flavor icon with a gay flag mixed in it somehow
It's
icon
the
on their
Lockheed.
social media profile, like
It's
the
yeah.
NATO
It's
with a gay flag or Lockheed
no
Martin
or
pride
the
thing.
yeah the
But it's like
Raytheon Pride
unironic and like
socks. Yeah.
I get some of it, but it's like, all right,
Salt Lake
you need
City
to
is
chill.
Gen Z salesperson Wakanda.
It is MLM Wakanda.
That's Utah County just to the south, but close.
Okay.
It's also diesel truck guy Wakanda.
Yeah.
Wait, Salt Lake City?
Yeah, definitely one of them.
Salt Lake City kind of like a lot of Salt Lake City's stereotypes come from Utah County just to the south, but
No, it's diesel truck guy is like that's got to be an oil city town, like an oil field. Like,
no, that's got to be like Jacksonville, Florida.
You got to think about where does the guy who LARPs the hardest is. If you're in the oil field, you're not
LARPs.
You're not
True.
LARP maxing. You gotta be in the most like
South Jersey.
Detached.
No,
it's gonna be like New Jersey. It's gonna be like anywhere coastal California. It's gonna be
San Jose takes another
maybe
win.
even suburban Dallas is too close to the oil field of some
No,
sort.
North
to,
Carolina.
Like, really like
North-
LARP max that hard.
North Carolina.
They've been doing trucks in North Carolina forever.
Well, yeah, North or South Carolina. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, but they don't do anything with them.
But that's my point. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
You have to LARP max. That's which place is LARP maxing the most?
Oh, Tennessee.
Tennessee? Yeah.
Tennessee is Nashville is a city of bakers and frauds. Like all.
I mean,
like,
Miami could be another really good
as,
one.
Like whatever.
But Miami is more
Social
supercar
construct.
than Miami is more least supercar than it is like diesel truck.
Yeah, it is definitely.
Miami's kind of just like the
supercar.
country veneer version or I mean, Nashville's the country veneer version of Miami.
Miami is as close as you can get to an actual Grand Theft Auto game in real life.
Well,
as
there's a
you can
reason.
get.
There's a reason why they're setting the next one there.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. What's like a what? Oh, what about like Phoenix or something? Would that be like? Nah, that's too like. It's. I don't know.
Phoenix is Chicago retiree Wakanda.
Phoenix is I hate snow Wakanda.
It's I hate snow, I hate cold, I love the heat. You know, it's just a dry heat. It's not that bad.
The asphalt
I'm
is
not
melting.
totally inside for like 9 months of the year and don't actually do anything outside.
And you don't even get gambling. to
And
go along
everything
with
in
it.
my life is just a big cope about not actually ever doing anything outside ever again.
The asphalt is melting. I can't walk my dog outside because their paws will literally
my
light
flight
on
got
fire.
canceled because the airplane can't take off from the runway.
Yes, that is.
Because it's too hot.
It's too hot. The runway's too short. I can't take off.
Yeah.
I'm
Honestly, hell, why would anyone like? No place on Earth should be settled where it gets too hot for the airplane to
Well,
take
you
off.
know, like I'm looking at the
And
airport.
there's no excuse for Phoenix International because, like, you know, that airport was
Excuse
built
me,
in
Sky
sprawl.
Harbor.
Yeah. Well, no, the funny.
I just had like the like fight or flight like anger like just like it's the same thing as the Albuquerque Sunport. No, that one's more fun. It's so kooky like Crystal Girl name.
Well, do you know why?
Calling it a
like,
Sky
what a
Harbor.
Sky Harbor.
Calling it a
What?
Sky Harbor is like it gives like, you know, that guy who came up with Sky Harbor, he's now like some weird Elon like simp.
Oh yeah.
For SpaceX
Reddit airport.
reasons. Yeah.
So-
Reddit airport.
So you know how you can tell that it's like really fucking hot somewhere when you're looking at like an airport?
Oh my god, the streaks.
That's
on
what
that.
I'm gonna point out. Yep. The tires are melting.
Oh yeah.
Well, it also like this airport was built in sprawl America, and they built the runways too short somehow. Like, come on, absolute skill issue. Like,
Yep.
how do you fuck up that hard?
That's what I did notice when taking off from
Also,
Denver.
that's
Is
a
that
weirdly tiny airport for like, oh, because half of it's an Air Force base
yeah?
or a third of it.
That's
But,
what I
like-
did
And
notice.
it's crazy. It's a hub airport too.
Yeah. Wait for
Ooh,
who?
Southwest
American.
for
Oh.
American.
Yeah.
Okay.
So American took over America West back in the 2000s, and America West's hub was Sky Harbor. So they took it over and turned it into their like southwestern hub.
Ew. Thank God I fly United, so I don't have to go through there.
That's
yeah,
right.
PHX is not my favorite.
I miss Continental Airlines so much.
It's simple. If you want to connect through the Southwest hot, disgusting city, you go through the one where you can spend all your money in one machine.
I
And that's right, LAS, Vegas, baby.
well, it's like, well, even at like so the runway streaks, for example, if we just go back to like Denver and look at the airport there, it's like look at the swastika. You can you can see a lot less like tire streaks on these runways comparatively, and it's just
Or
because
go look at Houston's. It's like
True.
You know, IAH has got pretty clean runways.
I
But
love how the airports also have specialized scrubbers for removing the rubber from the actual.
they
like,
do.
Yeah.
They're basically like a giant metal brush.
Yeah.
And let's see,
Totally
but
normal things for a city to have.
see, where is the airport in relative to Houston?
There's two. The big one's in the north.
Oh, I see it. Okay.
It's kind of hard to miss. It's really big.
Yeah, no, there's like barely any tire marks comparatively. I think the
Take
funny
a look
part,
at Vegas. It's
Uh,
got some serious.
because it's like the funny thing about taking off from Denver is the roll for the takeoff is really long, because you're at altitude already.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this one specifically because it's such a short runway has. I'm hitting the brakes.
Oh, I forgot about Midway in Chicago.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
that's another one where the skids are just crazy.
Oh yeah. If you landing at Midway is wild. I would say the only like crazier airport than Midway is probably San Diego.
Have you done Orange County, Santa
no.
Ana? That's
Um,
that's one where the NIMBYs have made the climb insane.
This one Midway though, especially the approach with this
Oh my God, it's just a black line.
what runway is this? 4 and 22. This one specifically is crazy because
Oh,
the
my bad.
approach.
I was late on the stream. I apologize. I was talking about the last one you're looking at.
Oh, on the Vegas one.
Yeah.
With this one, it's like the approach for Midway is cool because there is an approach that goes like next to downtown, which is really cool because you fly next to the skyscrapers.
Buying 10 flights to Midway so I can eventually like roll the unlock for the flying by the skyline.
Yeah.
You can roll the unlock at O'Hare too as well. So
Ooh.
you either get the approach south of downtown if you're flying into Midway, or the approach north of downtown flying into O'Hare.
I've only flown out of Midway once, and it was what was this? Was a while ago. This was 20. Yeah, because I took the train to Chicago and I flew out. So this is 2021. This is a while ago, and this is when like so the CTA is kind of fucked now, but it was super turbo fucked during COVID, and the blue line. Like I showed up for the blue line at the station. It's like 4:50 a.m. The first few trains are running, and it says like, oh, next train is in 15 minutes. It starts ticking down, then jumps back up to like 25 minutes. I'm like,
Oh no.
So
That sounds like PTA.
So I waited a little bit, and like it did it again. So I was like, fuck it, and I just got an Uber to the airport, and I was like, this is insulting. Like,
So hack for anybody who's visiting the city of Chicago: do not fly into O'Hare if you don't need to. One, because O'Hare sucks, but two, the transit connection at Midway is significantly shorter.
Kind of. You have to walk. You have to walk down the liminal hallway, but otherwise it's fine.
But
I've
like
been to one
I'm
airport in
saying,
Chicago, and I'm sure y'all could guess which one.
the length of getting to the loop from the airports, it's no contest. It's
You're
Midway.
talking about the distance of like the
Yes.
ride. Oh, I was
You have
talking.
a 20-minute ride on the orange line versus an hour on the blue.
I was just talking about the
Hour
walk
on
from.
the blue?
It's like 50 minutes.
Ugh.
It's because there's so many stops. That's the problem.
I have a metro train.
There is, but the problem with the metro station is that you have to like ride a bus to the metro stop.
Ew.
and then it
yeah.
runs like 8 trains in, 8
They
trains
should have
out.
the blue line stop over top of the.
Because it's Rosemont is the metro stop or whatever.
So there is like an O'Hare like connection
Oh,
stop.
O'Hare
It's kind of
transfer.
yeah,
I see.
but it's only rush hour service on weekdays.
Okay. That's kind of good. Why didn't they just make it the Rosemont stop?
So there was an event recently where they it was the DNC. They actually had like full on service from the airport to downtown on Metro. But
Goofy service. Why
it
do they
is
do this?
it's quite goofy.
That's. I mean, I thank God this seems like the new management of Metro is like slowly changing things, but still, it's like one of those like, come on. It's also the parent service that wants to go all the way to Rockford or whatever, and they want to use Metro to do that. It's like imagine getting stuck in a gallery car for 2 hours, or 2 hours and something minutes.
I mean,
3 hours on a
those are
gallery
fighting
car.
words. There's some foamers who'd say, "Oh hell yeah" to that. Or something.
I've
The funny
sat in
part-
enough gallery cars to know that is a miserable experience.
Oh, and it's like the funny part is some of the older gallery cars have like the most like shot suspension of all time. So it's just like it's a bad ride. It is not a good ride.
Hey, they'll get those Alstrom cars. Who knows when? Maybe they'll use them on that.
2040 sounds like a wonderful time to get the first deliveries.
Well, they're
Still
actually
be pulled by F40 PHs.
I think there was something recently about like Metro was getting annoyed that the cars were not like that they're missing the deadline by like a year or something now. So it's like yay Alstom.
Alstom single-handedly burning their American market.
Yeah, I was gonna say like it's funny that like a lot of the companies that actually built good shit like Kinky Shario and stuff like that, and like the like I think even Kawasaki is scaling back some of their stuff. They're the ones that are sort of like pulling out, but it's like Alstom is the one that's like doing okay. It doesn't make any sense.
I mean, Stadler's trying to actually enter more of the U.S.
Oh,
market.
thank fucking God. I hope that Stadler gets the long distance contract, honestly.
So they're doing UTA's LRVs right now, which is interesting.
I really hope that Stadler gets the contract for Amtrak's long distance fleet, because like I have a feeling Siemens is going to somehow fuck it up, and I have a feeling that Siemens is also the reason why they're doing like the goofy consist or core consist thing, which I need to make a video about. It's not good. Because you both know about what they want to do, right?
Yeah, they want
Yeah.
to do basically like semi-permanently paired equipment.
Yeah, pretty much.
Gross.
And it's like
goofy, yeah.
I could kind of see how that would work, but at the same time, it's like if something goes wrong with the core, it's like you need to replace the whole thing.
Doesn't make any sense for anywhere outside of the Northeast Corridor.
Yeah.
Well, they're only doing it because of ADA reasons, I think.
If you have an issue in like Havre, Montana on one of those cores, then you're totally screwed.
But what was it? It is midnight, so I think probably a decent time to wrap up a little bit. But yeah, so if y'all have any questions in chat or something that you want to see before we wrap things up, now would be a good time. Also, let me see if I have any extra pictures that I didn't share from the trip. Let's see. What did I not share? Trying to see if there's any Portland or something pictures. Hey, did I see the HHPA that has the mental hazard for anyone? Yeah, no, I am actually writing a video about Amtrak's failure of graphic design or paint schemes, because
the new ones.
Phase 7 is a disaster.
Everything
it's
since
so
Phase
bad.
3's been a mistake, but that's
Phase 5 was very of the era, and I was fine with it because it was very cohesive for the most part. But don't you fuck with the Acela Y2K scheme.
Acela's the only good thing from that era.
The Acela Y2K scheme goes hard. I I used to not like it as much, but now it's like I love it. Yeah, Phase 5 I don't think is very bad, but Phase 6 or whatever is that's the story. Honestly, is that like I think Amtrak graphic design department Phase 6 was really liked by Richard Anderson, and when he left, that was basically like the fuck you to the. Richard Anderson was basically like, no, we're not going to use Phase 6 because you liked it. Now we're going to use our Phase 7 or whatever. That was our other design or something like that. This is a gallery car from Tijuana to Kate. Where's that?
Kate.
Excuse me. Moya Gringo. The
Like the beer, Alan.
Ah, yes, this is true.
That's brewed there. That you can get free beer there.
What's wrong with the train sets? They're standard everywhere. It's mainly that they just train sets are great for corridors. They're not good for long distance trains that go 2,000 miles.
So even if the long distance train was, say, more frequent, to where you could justify having a lot of equipment on standby, it would be a lot better. But like, it's the problem is like you're too. I get say on the current long distance, say for the California Zephyr, there's equipment staged in Denver, and then there's equipment maybe in like Salt Lake or Reno, and then like it's only on either end. So if something goes wrong, you're half a day away from the solution.
Yeah.
And that means you're busing people.
Yeah. Also, to answer the Espan question, do you think Amtrak's going to be gutting incoming administration? I think they're going to fuck with it, maybe. Oh, did my camera just... Hold on. I think my webcam or my Fujifilm died. Ooh, oh, let me turn off the chroma key. There we go. Much better. The outgoing or the the administration that's coming in, I think they're going to try to screw with stuff, but the main problem is that if Amtrak gets funding cut, the first things to go are the long distance trains. The long distance trains run through Republican districts mainly. So if they cut Amtrak funding, the first thing to go will be the Republican areas. So it's one of those things where Amtrak is sort of a bipartisan issue, because if you cut something, then it immediately affects Republicans. Because if you cut the long distance trains, Amtrak would actually be closer to be turning a profit almost always because of the Northeast Corridor. So it's one of those things where they don't do it because you can't cut it because the Republicans like the long distance trains, and then you also can't cut it because suddenly Amtrak would make a profit, and that would mean like Amtrak good. So, and also Amtrak would basically self-fund themselves, even though its ticket prices would probably be the same or higher. So it's one of those things about like Amtrak will probably not change. It will probably not grow. That's the main thing. Is there will probably be it will probably not change. The worst thing that I think will probably happen is some routes will go down to 3 days a week. Like there might be some long distance stuff, maybe like the Builder or something, that would go down to 3 days a week. Now
y'all got trains that come more than 3 times a week. That's crazy.
Isn't there? There's, I guess it's only the Sunset through Houston, right?
Yeah.
Sunset and the Eagle.
Yeah.
I thought the Eagles daily.
Oh, between Dallas and Chicago it is.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And it links up with the Sunset, or I think it might be Chicago and San Antonio, but
yeah. But it would be something like the Builder and the Chief would go down to 3 days a week. But again, I don't see that happening. And like, dear God, if you touch Montana's train, that is the one thing that, like, even though they're Republicans in Montana specifically will kill you if you touch the Builder.
Do I go to the Glacier National
Yeah, no,
Park?
they will. They will unironically be like, they will strangle the other senator that will try to get the funding taken away from the Builder.
It also helps that they had a Democratic senator for the last 8 years. What's it called? 12 years or whatever.
Yeah.
But
even then, it's like the residents of Montana will strangle their senator if the Empire Builder is taken away. that is one of those states that it doesn't make sense ideologically wise why they like they support Amtrak, but you take that away from them. No, they will be very angry. So that's why I say, like, I don't think Amtrak will change much. If anything, like, they'll try to fuck with some of the infrastructure projects that are going on. If anything, like, thank God the Hudson River Tunnel has most of its funding at this point. I think 100% of its funding at this point. But like, there will be other smaller infrastructure projects that aren't completely funded yet, and some
San
of the
Jose BART extension.
Oh, well, arguably shouldn't be built in its current configuration.
No.
But, maybe it needs a video on that. What was it? I'm trying to think what else. But yeah, the only thing that will probably happen is that a lot of the expansion plans that Amtrak currently has will probably be scaled back or at least stalled. So that's probably the major downside of this next administration when it comes to Amtrak.
Your regional services will probably be okay, though.
Yes, especially if your state is A-okay with everything. Like for me, Pennsylvania has funded the Pennsy or the Pennsylvanian, so it's like, for the most part, I'll be fine with that one, and they're going to probably add still new service on that, but it will be stuff like the states that are not necessarily as positive for transit, maybe like the what's the Yalkonzen, the Oklahoma one.
Oh, that one's probably fine because it's state supported.
Well, that's what I mean, is that would be like Oklahoma can suddenly determine the train is too woke.
Oh, the Heartland Flyer.
Yeah.
No, they like that one because it makes Oklahoma City relevant.
Yeah. Weirdly enough, Oklahoma is kind of not the worst when it comes to rail.
They're like, oh, I have something that's relevant to like me to going to Dallas, and they like that.
Yes.
They like a little downtown circulator streetcar too. No wires though.
No wires.
Well, who else is gonna make Oklahoma City more bearable to potential oil industry employees?
A giant tower. How about that?
Wait, Oklahoma.
Okay, they have to do it.
Wait, is that
I
true?
believe in them.
Is that true? Oklahoma State owns 50% of the rails in the state.
I wouldn't be surprised if they own a lot of it. I think they own some, but I'm not familiar with the proportion of what they own.
No, the real projects though that are probably not going to happen are like Daily Cardinals. That's probably not going to happen.
Okay, so I got to talk to Amtrak planning people, and apparently there's 4 internal projects that are happening in Amtrak when it comes to the Connexus plan. There is the Cardinal, the Sunset Limited, and
Sunset Limited,
or the one that goes, the one you talked about that goes through Houston.
The Sunset Limited.
Yeah, those are the 3 days a week trains, and they want to make them daily.
That would be nice.
So those two are
nice if we had a Houston to Dallas train.
So those are being worked on, and then the other is the Ronkonkoma train. That is apparently going forward. And then what is the last one? It was like a really weird one. What was the last one? I always forget the last one that they told me. It wasn't the Scranton one. It was something. There's definitely 4, and then there was the Front Range corridor. They're telling me is also being pushed along very quickly.
Like for Cascades?
No, for Colorado.
Oh, Colorado.
Yeah, so that would run from Pueblo to Fort Collins, possibly, and they also told me possibly extended into Cheyenne and Laramie.
Hey, guess what? That'd add another state to the Amtrak network.
Well, that's why they would do it. That's literally the entire.
Well,
reason.
It just makes sense.
And also, if you serve Cheyenne and Laramie, you serve like 80% of the population of Wyoming.
Yeah. Also, like most of the reason why the Front Range stuff didn't happen yet was because of coal traffic, and that coal traffic keeps on going to Cheyenne. So, like, now that it's starting to really die off, most of the reason to hesitate to going to Cheyenne isn't there anymore.
Yeah, it's that, and then also the UP and mainly UP, but both of them are feeling kind of the stress of losing the coal at this point, and they're looking for other funding sources. And so
UP's hurting a lot more than BNSF on that one.
mainly
but-
because of the intermodal stuff. But
yeah, 'cause BNSF ate their lunch.
but the main thing is that like both of them are looking for different funding, and like they running Amtrak services is one way to actually get paid. So they're looking into actually doing that now. And then the Craig train is the other one, but that one is not as far along as the Front Range corridor.
I think that
but-
one's more viable because it's just adding another. It's essentially like adding another ski train, basically.
Yeah, and it's also the fact like the coal traffic on the Craig sub is going to basically die.
Oh, it's
Um,
already basically dead.
Yeah, because the power plant over here is I think is now in the process of shutting down.
I think Hayden's still running, but there's a couple.
Because there's that one, then there's the mine at the end here.
It's insane as that power goes to fucking Los Angeles.
Why? I thought it goes to Denver for the most part.
No, most of that goes to California in the West.
Huh.
God, I can't even imagine the line loss on that. The power loss.
Yeah.
Like the Navajo power station that had like some electric rail to it, a lot of that went to LA as well.
Rob saying backing into Union Station will be annoying. Hey, maybe someone will talk about that in a video. That is probably one of the next videos that I'll be talking about Denver on. Is Union. But yeah, they want to go to Pueblo and possibly further south than Pueblo to whatever this is, Walsenburg, whatever. They like surprised me because they wanted to go further south than I thought.
It's gonna be so close to just do it. Just connect it with New Mexico.
So what is this? Colorado Pacific Rio Grande.
Oh yeah, they're the ones who want to do the Tennessee Pass.
Do they connect with the Toltec?
Oh
Yeah,
no,
they
wait,
do.
no, I got it mixed up. The God, there's so many different companies there now. Because that used to be Iowa Pacific Holdings. There's another
connect.
company that's like Rio Grande in Kansas or something. I can't remember. There's like two of them who want to
This is
reactivate the Tennessee Pass line.
That
That
is
is
a
a
mountain
separate
pass
one.
vault.
This
that.
one used to
yeah.
connect to Tennessee Pass going north from center, but that was like a narrow gauge line. And then when you went south from Antonio, that went to Santa Fe, New Mexico on narrow gauge.
This is
That line was abandoned in like 1946 or 7.
This is quite the squiggly pass here.
I mean, yeah, it was narrow gauge at one point.
Oh, chat. We need before we end the stream, we need to talk about this thing. This is Moffat Tunnel, and in the most recent video, I mentioned that the Moffat Tunnel lease is coming up. So the state actually owns Moffat Tunnel because they funded it in the first place, and UP basically had a 99-year lease. Well, wasn't UP originally, but UP inherited it. And so this is going to be a big thing in January. If you live in Colorado, you'll probably see some news articles pretty soon about this and about the lease and what the state is going to be asking for from UP. Otherwise, you should probably, if you live in Colorado, contact some of your state reps and try to talk about this to them and say, like, it's really important to get a good deal so that you can, like, get something out of it, essentially. The other thing is that if you've never seen the original railroad before Moffat Tunnel,
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
hell yeah, brother!
Rollins, and it's not Rollins Pass. It's
The
no, it is
squiggly
Rollins,
diggly line.
Yep. There's a reason why the tunnel was built.
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty bad.
I mean, it
I
gets snowed out like constantly.
I love that it took in some cases like 4 to 5 engines to get a train over the pass.
Oh, some of the pictures of that is nuts. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway,
Also, like, remember we talked about Germans and archiving shit? Germans love everything Rio Grande in Colorado.
yeah,
So if you go to the Wikipedia page for that pass, the map is in German
yes.
because the German map's really good.
But there's a reason why Moffat was built. Oh, and if you want to see an also very goofy one, is Pikes Peak on this? I think
Yeah,
it should be. Thought it was
I
around
mean,
here
it's one of the
somewhere.
big ones.
Well, the rack railroad mainly.
Oh,
Oh, I don't know if it would be because it was always like it was never a class like 1 through 3.
Yeah. I don't know. It'd be it. Yeah, the rack railroad has some crazy alignment too. But yeah. Anyway, I think it's time. It's late enough to finish up the stream. So,
yep.
sounds pretty good. But thank you all for stopping by, and we will have to. I'll have to host one of these again sometime pretty soon. So, yeah, have
Yeah,
a good
good night,
night,
y'all.
or have
Good
a good
night,
morning
everyone.
if you're in Europe, because it's basically y'all are waking up there. So